Hello my friends, it's Nick from the Whip Shop, and on today's video I'm going to be showing you guys how I made this fancy nylon stock whip and how you can make one too. This whip is made primarily with Whipmakers cord, a material that I developed alongside the Paracord store several years back. And it's proven to be a fantastic material for making whips because it's essentially the same thing as regular 550 parachute cord, but it's much thinner and much narrower, allowing for higher plait counts and more detailed patterns like you see here on the handle. This whip is 5 feet long and it has a 19-inch tapered handle, something I've not done before on this channel. This whip is in the medium to lighter range category, so you can use it for prolonged periods of time without tiring your arm out, which is really nice if you're a cattle rancher or a performer, or you just are neither of those but you like to crack whips. After I test cracked this whip when it was finished, I noticed that because of that 19-inch handle, you can achieve a lot of leverage and it's very precise when hitting targets. It's also great for fast, complex routines because of that longer handle and lighter weight overall. Now it's important to mention that some of the principles and methods that we use today are familiar to those of you who have been here on the channel before. Back in 2018, when we made that Adam Winrich style stock whip, you'll see a few of those methods included in this build. I will say, however, that if you're here for the first time and you've never made a whip before, I might recommend that video first, as this build is quite a bit more involved. But don't let that scare you, because I'm going to be building this whip right along with you today in real time. As always, tools and materials are listed in the description below. As a matter of fact, if you use some of those links, I will get a small percentage of those sales. So if you do decide to use some of those links in the description, thank you so much. Lastly, I'm very excited to announce that I'm actually going to be giving away one of the prototypes that I built while I was designing this whip that we're going to be making today. It's right here. It's almost identical to the whip that we're going to be building today, 19-inch handle, 5 feet on the thong. There's only 2 things that you need to do if you would like to be entered to win this whip right here. Number 1, like the video. Number 2, leave a comment below. You can say anything you want. Well, this is also going to be an international giveaway, so wherever you live in the world, like the video, leave a comment, you will automatically be entered to win this whip right here. I'll be drawing names in exactly 1 month, so good luck. Well, I'm so glad you guys are here on this beautiful late summer afternoon, or whatever month you're watching this video in. If you're here for the first time, welcome to the channel, my friend. This is a channel where we explore the beautiful art of whip making, as well as explore the physics and the science behind what makes whips crack, which is how I got into this whole thing 10 years ago. We spend time with friends, and we make new friends along the journey. So grab your supplies, sit down, and join me on this whip making adventure. Alrighty friends, so let us begin preparing our handle for our stock whip. This is our 48-inch piece of fiberglass rod. It is a driveway reflector. So we put this in our driveway to mark the perimeter. Sometimes folks will put them along the edge of the road so the snow plows don't tear up the side of their yard. So this particular one right here is 5/16 inches in diameter. That is 8 millimeters in diameter. Now just a little word of caution with these fiberglass rods. When they wear out, particularly if you're using an older one that's been in the sun for a year or two, sometimes they'll actually peel a little bit and those filaments of fiberglass will come out and they'll get into your hand. So that's not very likely to happen with a brand new one like this. But when you're handling this, just make sure that you don't quickly brush your hand down the side of the rod, because there is a chance you'll get tiny little pieces of fiberglass in your hand. It's not dangerous, but it is uncomfortable when those little pieces get in your hand and it takes a while to get them out. That being said, some companies actually do supply gloves with your order. But as I mentioned, this is a brand new stake here. This is a brand new piece, so the chances of it happening are very slim. So just handle it with care. Don't grab it harshly. Momentarily, this whole thing is going to be covered up anyway, so we won't have to worry about that. So let's take a look at this rod real quick, and you'll notice here, right here, we have this little cap that this comes with. Now we're going to hang on to this, and it's going to be used as that little button. You remember when we made a wooden handle stock whip several times in the past? You remember we carved that little button at the top of the handle to serve as something to hold the keeper? Well, that's what we're going to be using this little guy here for. So we're going to hang on to this, and as a matter of fact, we're going to be gluing this in place momentarily. But first, what we need to do is we need to cut a 20-inch section of this fiberglass rod. So let's go ahead and measure that real quick, including the little button at the top. I'm going to take some electrical tape to mark the area where I'm going to cut. The reason that we're doing this, get out of here, fly. The reason we're doing this is that when we cut this fiberglass rod, it tends to fray. So what this is going to do is hold down those parts so that it does not fray on us. So let's go ahead and find the 20-inch mark right here. And the total length of this handle in the finished product is going to be 19 inches, but this is going to be cut off in the end. So there we have it right there. This is the 20-inch mark. I made it so 20 inches is directly in the middle of that wrap of electrical tape. Let's go ahead and cut this with a hacksaw. Okay, so here is our fiberglass rod. We're going to put it into our clamp. Now I don't run any risk of crushing the handle itself because this is where the handle is. This is the excess. But just make sure that when you put it in the vise, you're not clamping down with insane pressure because this stuff will crush. So just about like that, just enough to hold it when we cut it with the saw. So in my experience, I have not worked with fiberglass very much, but I have learned that you don't want to rush it because you risk pushing this, you get cut halfway through and it just breaks off and you get that splintering that we were referring to a couple of minutes ago. So right in the middle here, nice and easy. I'm just kind of changing that angle to cut through as most efficiently as possible. And there'll be a temptation that once you get halfway through to start going quicker. Don't do that. You will break it and it will splinter. I find that when I am about halfway to 3/4 of the way through, taking short strokes with the saw helps me to not break it. And then I can support it with the other hand. Almost through. And there we go. Here is our handle for our whip. So depending on where you cut your fiberglass marker stake, you might have some reflective material here, as you can see right there, as well as a barcode or label. I'm just going to leave that on. I'm not worried about it. The next step is to take this cap off like this, and we're going to take a quick measurement of this cap. I want to show you just how long it is. So it's about 3/4 of an inch. That's a little bit long, so what we're going to do is just simply cut it in half like this. Find the middle of it right here. And this is pretty soft rubber. So just right through like that. And now when we go to fit it onto our handle, we can see that that's all we need. And that's just that little button that holds the keeper from slipping. So that looks good. I'm going to grab some 2-part 5-minute epoxy and glue this on so that it never comes off. Oftentimes I'll accidentally mix too much of this stuff. So if you have anything else that you need permanently glued with the epoxy, now is an excellent time to bring it to your work area and use that excess. I do hate to waste glue. So that being said, this is 2-part 5-minute epoxy. And once this is mixed, I'm going to take the end that we're going to be placing that little knob on, and I'm just going to take some 120 grit sandpaper and just kind of scour that. Doesn't have to be crazy. This is just coursing things up so that the epoxy has more surface area to adhere to. Just like that. And now we can begin a generous amount of the epoxy in the little knob of your reflector. Like this. And don't be scared to use a lot. As a matter of fact, when we go to plug this onto our fiberglass rod, some of it's going to squeeze out along the edges, and that's okay. So I'm going to put it on here. See, look at that pressure coming out. You can hear the air bubbles coming out, and then we're just going to take this little rag here that's a bit too small for this application. It's all right. And I'm just going to take it and push it like this. Make sure we get it all the way seated to where the fiberglass rod is touching the very top of that little knob there. And now we're just going to let this cure for about 10 minutes. And then we will begin building a tapered section of this handle. Okay, so the tip here is cured. We don't have to worry about that ever coming off again. The next step is to grab our paper. This is what is used oftentimes for packaging things. Again, a link in the description for all of the tools and materials used on this project. I have here a yardstick, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut several 1-inch wide strips of this paper. So this happens to be 1 inch wide right here. So we're going to cut a few of these strips. And again, this is to build up the taper of our handle. I'm just going to go ahead and cut 3 of them to begin with. It does not matter how long these strips are, by the way. The key width, however, is more important, 1 inch wide. So here we have our first strip of our paper, our brown paper. And what I'm going to do now is grab this stuff here. This is the spray adhesive. I'm going to shake this up. And we're going to apply an even coating of spray glue onto the strip. We're going to be doing this with all of the strips. And this is the part where we are actually going to start wrapping these strips of paper on this handle. And that is going to give us a gradual taper of the thickness of the handle itself. So measuring this out, again, this is 20 inches long. And we're going to find the 4-inch mark, which is right here. I'm going to take the strip, adhesive side down at about 4 inches. And we're going to begin wrapping at a 45-degree angle, just like this. And this could be a very satisfying process. Make sure we keep tension on our paper through and throughout. And along the way, you might notice that there are some little air bubbles in there. If we're not keeping it perfectly at 45 degrees, it's not the end of the world. As a matter of fact, once we finish each layer of this paper, we're going to be rolling it on the workbench here as to remove those air bubbles. So that's not going to be a problem. And that just so happened to be about perfect. You can see the glue dried up a little bit at the end. I'm going to give it a little bit more. There we are. And now I'm just going to roll this like this. This gets all the air bubbles out. Make sure that the paper is making contact with not only the reflector itself, but also with the paper that it's been wrapped over. Get all those air bubbles out. You can actually use something more sturdy to do this if you wish, like a book or a notebook or a piece of 2x4. But I found that this does just fine. And perhaps here you can begin to see the idea of what we're going for. Every time we introduce a new wrap of paper to this handle, we're going to be starting down an inch or so. And that is going to allow us to get a nice even taper. So again, give it a spray. And here's our secondary strip right here. Now something that I personally like to do is not wrap them in the same orientation. So this was the way our first wrap was. I'm going to turn it, and about 1.5 inches down, I'm going to begin the second wrap. So see, we're going against the grain now. There we are. And because we're starting further down every time, we don't have to worry about running out of paper. We're going to have some excess here that we can use later on. All the way down, and just tear it. Again, going to give this a roll on the workbench. Now we are going to want to have our caliper on hand here as we start nearing the very end of this handle. And the diameter that we're looking for at the very top where we begin plaiting, the thickest part, is about 14 millimeters. Again, it's not an exact science, but aim for 14 millimeters in diameter at its thickest. And now we can wrap it in the same orientation that we started with. Again, really pay attention. Try to do this in about 1.5 to 2 inch increments. So this is where our first one started. This is where our second one started, and we'll start the third one right here. Again, keeping tension. We don't want it to be loose. There is going to be a little bit of looseness at some point, but rolling it on the workbench will eliminate those air bubbles. So just do the best you can. Don't stress over the wraps not being perfectly even. That's okay. This is just strictly to build the thickness of the handle. I could not find a better idea. I couldn't think of a better way to increase the diameter in a graduated linear form like this. If you guys can think of a better solution than using this brown paper, please let me know in the comment section. Just going to twist this so I can see where the end is. And again, I'm going to go down several more inches, about 1.5 inches to 2 more inches further down. So started here, next one here, next one here, next one here. Probably cutting 2 more just now at full length was more than we'll need, but it's always nice to have more than you need than not enough. Here's our end. Tear that off. You can see there is a nice tapered diameter increase developing before our eyes. See that? All the fiberglass is being covered, so we don't have to worry about the slim chance of those little fibers getting into our hands, causing irritation. I remember over the past few years, especially when I was little, we'd put these things up on our driveway during winter time. And I'd pull them out. By the end of the season, my hands just itched so bad for about 3 days. So they can be a little nasty, those fiberglass rods. Okay, let's put our next one in place right about here. Yeah, let me reverse direction. There we go. And give it a wrap. This spray glue is fantastic stuff, guys. I've used this for many applications, including photography. If I'm mounting a photograph on the foam board, that stuff is fantastic. And there's the end. Now, Gonna go reach for those calipers in a minute to get our diameter. I feel like we are approaching 14 millimeters. I'm gonna guess this is about 10 millimeters currently. Let's see. Yep, about 10. Of course, we're starting at 8 millimeters. Right here, 8. We're at 10, so I think a couple more wraps is what's gonna do the trick here for us. So the glue is already dried on this old piece. We'll just give it a re-coating of glue. Start right here. I'm really gonna try to get this one as tight as I can. Sometimes if you use a little bit too much glue like I just did, it'll tend to slip on you a little bit. Now what we're going to do, because we're coming down so far to the end, this is a little bit of there's a little bit of an art form to building up an even taper. So since we reached the end, I'm going to actually start almost at the beginning again and just go over the entire thing to build up that diameter. So right up here towards the top, I think this will be a sufficient area. Make sure it's about 45 degrees. Again, it's not an exact science. And wrapping that whole handle, pulling tension. This is definitely the messier part of this build. As you can see, the glue is sticking to my hands quite a bit. Suppose you could use gloves, but I would imagine that the gloves themselves would pick up quite a bit of glue. There we go, that's getting better. We're developing a nice taper. Let's see what we're working with. 12 millimeters. We are getting close, my friends. I try to make my videos in such a way that I assume that the viewer is making a whip for the very first time, so I try not to cut corners and assume that you guys have watched previous videos, so that's why these videos tend to run a little bit long sometimes. I'm sure you're all very well aware of that. Holding that tension all the way down. Which way does this one want to go? I think it wants to go that way. There we go. That's about 12 millimeters. I feel like this went quicker the first time I did it. That's kind of odd. You know what I bet it is? I feel like I'm rolling it much harder than I did on the prototype whips that I made. So, and this is good. That means there are enough layers to build this up without it being spongy. You don't want it to be spongy. Okay, continuing. At this point, I'm not really, worried about the increments of inches where I'm introducing these strips of paper. I'm just kind of looking at it, just eyeballing it, and thinking, well, this looks like a good spot to put it. So that's what I'm doing. It's not an exact science. I like the way that one went in. It was nice. Again, really rolling this area with my palm so that I can see where the end is. Okay, we're going to start this one right here. Hope you guys are enjoying the new camera position. I recently purchased a C-stand, a metal heavy-duty C-stand, and the camera stays out of my way, which is so nice. I can't tell you how many times it's been so frustrating to basically be hugging a tripod where the camera is at your body level. So this thing is overhead and out of the way. We can raise it all the way up to about 15 feet. I don't think we'll ever be needing to do that, but it's nice to have that option for sure. Ooh, a lot of glue is accumulating on this workbench right now. This was a I should have stuck with gluing it on here because this is a sticky mess. It's going to be a pain to get off. So something I didn't mention before I started doing this, put something down, man. We're going to take one more piece here. I think there's so much glue on here that we don't even have to worry about adding more glue. About right here. That should give us our 14mm diameter. Pieces underneath it are trying to come up there. $14mm on the dot. That is perfect, my friends. Next thing we're going to do is we are going to grab some artificial sinew here. And this is going to be to just permanently hold down all of this paper. So what I'm going to do is just about 1 inch below where we started wrapping this fiberglass rod with our paper, we're going to just take this artificial sinew and just do a little spiral pattern all the way down and all the way back up. This doesn't have to be brute force strength as far as tension goes, but just do it firmly. It's going to hold this paper down. Mostly make sure that it doesn't go anywhere or slip while we are plaiting the handle itself. So 14mm is pretty much as wide as we want to go. What if it was 15 or 16, Nick? What if it was 12mm? Could we still make this whip? Yes, we could. And the way we could do it is we could change the angle of our plaiting to compensate for either a larger or a more narrow surface. But I try to get it about as close as I can to begin with, so I'm not having to improvise. So a few twists and a pull. A few twists and a pull. There we go. Once we get to the top, we're just going to go down one more time just to get it to the bottom. I didn't want to tie it off at the top because I feel like that would create some bulkiness that I don't want, especially on a more thinner area of the Stockwhip handle itself. So down we go. The camera's still rolling good. All the way down to the end. I'm going to tie this off at the base, right about here. Even if we tie this and the knot itself is tying around the paper that's overlapping beyond the handle, that's okay. Just to keep it from unraveling like that. Kind of looks like a firework almost. Alrighty. And for good measure, let's give it one last roll, just to make sure everything lays down. As a matter of fact, I'm going to use this yardstick here to compact this. The very last thing that I want to do is grab some of this hockey tape, and I want to cover the paper completely. It's right about here. The reason I'm doing this is that hockey tape offers a very high friction lost for words, friends. It causes a lot of grip so that our plaiting isn't slipping, which I think it would do quite a bit of on that paper itself. So we don't need to worry about spiral wrapping. This is just to cover the handle. That's all we're doing with this hockey tape here. A little roll here. And one more strip for the other side. I want the edges to line up here if possible. If they don't perfectly line up, it's okay. It's all right. Everything's going to be fine. There we go. Because it's decreasing in diameter, of course, we're going to have a little bit more overlap to the left than we do on the right. The very last thing that I want to do is actually scuff this up with our sandpaper right here, this little knob, and then I'm going to paint it black because orange is not going to go very well with red and black. Alrighty, so I have here some 120 grit sandpaper. Our little button there at the end is glued in place. It's been setting for about 30 minutes. So I want to scuff this little button up very well. And the reason I'm scuffing it up, it is a more of a rubberized material. So paint would tend to flake off if I were to just paint it the way it is. So this is just going to scuff things up to give those paint cells, for lack of a better term, a place to adhere to. And just on the very button itself, we don't have to worry about this. This is going to be covered up in the end, so this will be visible in small areas, but I like to cover the whole thing. There we go. Perfect. Let that paint dry and we will get on to beginning the plaiting of our handle. All right, my friends, it is time to measure out the strands that are going to be used in our plaiting on our handle. Now, this handle is going to start out in 18 plait, and after we get done with our fancy business about right here, we're going to start tapering those strands out. As the handle tapers thinner and thinner, we're going to stop right here. What we're going to need first is we're going to need a total of 18 strands that are 29 inches long. I have here my Whipmakers cord in red and black. Those are going to be the two colors for our whip. That's going to be the theme. Once we measure out those 18 strands, we're going to fuse them together, and then we're going to have a total of 9 58-inch strands. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Going to grab the red first. We're going to measure out 29 inches. So right here. And now we don't have to use the tape measure for a little while because we've already established what 29 inches is. It's right here. Next, we're going to grab our black strand here. And grabbing the black strand, measuring that out to 29 inches right here. Go ahead and give this a snip. And then we're going to take our lighter, see the two strands right here? We're going to melt them both and we're going to fuse them together, just like that. What I just did here, I'm going to do this 8 more times. All right, so here are all of our strands that we just cut out. Remember, from here to here is 29 inches long. And we have a total now of 9 folded strands that are 58 inches long. So from here to here is 28 inches. If we open this up, this whole thing is 58 inches. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these strands, I'm going to count 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be one side, one group I should say, and 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the other. Because this whip is going to have an 18 plait handle, it can't be a perfect even number. And this will make more sense when we go and assemble these strands onto the handle and begin plaiting. Okay, at this stage, we're going to grab our handle and put it into our vise. As you can see here, I've crushed the end, and it looks like I've crushed the fiberglass, but I did not. This is the paper here that exceeds the end of the fiberglass rod. We can see where the swell is. That's where the fiberglass begins. So I'm going to put this in my clamp. I'm going to tighten it as much as I can. And we don't have to worry about crushing the fiberglass because it's not in the jaws of the vise. So just like that. The next step, I'm going to reach over and grab 5 of my strands. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I want to orient them in such a way that I want to separate the colors of these strands. And I want all of the red strands on one side and all of the black strands on the other, just like this. And I'm going to pull them to make sure all of those seams where we melted them together are even. A perfect line down the middle. As best we can, just like this. The next thing I'm going to do is grab the strands like this, and I want all of the red strands on the right and the black strands on the left, and I'm going to take the right hand side and fold it over the left hand side, just like that. And now I'm going to reach over and grab my remaining 4 strands right here. I'm doing the same thing. See, we have them separated like this. Black strands on one side, reds on the other. I'm going to grab all of the ends of the red strands. I'm going to push this like this, and it's going to open up a little eye, and I'm going to slide all 4 of those strands in there, and then I'm going to close that loop like this. Now when you do close that loop, you'll see that these middles moved around, and we'll take care of that momentarily. 1 strand at a time, I'm going to slide it until I find the middle. There's the first one. There's the second one coming up there. Here's number 2. Here's 3. There's the middle. And here comes the 4th one. You can watch it. That middle will tell us where to stop, right there. Now what we're going to do is shuffle these back behind the handle. We want those seams to be behind the handle at all times. So things get moved around when we introduce those final 4 strands into the position on the handle. So just shuffle these back around the best we can. Maybe necessary to spiral it around several times to just make sure that we can get those middles behind the handle. It does not have to be perfect, but it does help, especially when you're beginning the plaiting. So as you can see, we're just snugging these up just a little bit to make sure that we can have the middles where they need to be. And we can double check them. That one's in a little bit too far. I'm going to pull it out slightly. There we are. And once we have these in place, all of the strands, red on the left, black on the right, it is time to begin plaiting. Now these strands are once again folded exactly in half. There's an even amount on the left as there is on the right. And at this point, once we have all red strands on the left and all black strands on the right, it's time to begin plaiting our handle. Okay, so if we look at the screen right here, this is the pattern that we're going to be plaiting for the handle of our Stockwhip in 18 total strands. We're using a wonderful website today called Faceplat, created by Mike Icon. Now this is just a wonderful website where you can actually plot out all of the designs and patterns that you're wanting to use for your whip, and the program will dictate automatically the sequences of the strands. So it leaves out a lot of guesswork, trial and error, and time. This just cuts down so much time, and I use this program daily when I get a custom order and somebody wants a certain pattern. Mike did a fantastic job in creating this wonderful website. So this is what we're working with today. We're starting out with a diamond pattern, single strand. We move down, we can see here we have a black band, we have a few diamond variations, some hourglass-esque sort of shapes. Another black band. We have here what looks to be 4 stealth fighters, bombers, I should say. B-2 stealth bombers there. And we work our way down. Another black band here. We work our way down to some various shapes that I just wrote in here for the whip. We have some bird's eye pattern sort of things here. And finally, we work our way back down to the basic herringbone pattern after all this plaiting. If you've not seen my previous videos on fancy plaiting, if you look here, the yellow indicates which side we're plaiting on. Highlighted on the left side in yellow, that means we're working on the left-hand side. One misconception is that, okay, we're working on the strands on the left-hand side. Do we grab one from the left-hand side? No. Whenever we have a highlighted section on the left, we're grabbing a strand from the right and pulling it around and carrying that action around on the left-hand side. So for example, when we go next here, you can see now the right-hand side is highlighted. Yes, we are filling in that pattern on the right-hand side, but we're grabbing a strand from the upper left to do it. So let's begin. We can see on the upper left-hand corner there of the chart on the screen, it's highlighted in yellow, and we're beginning with an over 1. So that means we're grabbing a strand from the upper right-hand side, a black strand. We're going around the back, and we're going to go over 1, under 1, over 1, under one, over one, under one, over one, under one, and over one. Just like that. And we can just shuffle this right up to the top. Now we can go ahead and hit next. And now on the right hand side, same pattern but carried out on the right hand side. So try to grab the very top strand from the upper left hand side. And when you're beginning, it's hard to distinguish which strand is in fact that very top strand. Once we work our way down in the pattern and it starts becoming more filled in, we're going to be able to determine much more easily which strand is which. That being said, if things get a little bit crossed up in the first ½ inch, don't worry, it's going to be cut off anyway, no problem. Grabbing the strand from the upper left-hand corner, we're going to go over, under, over this one, under this one, over this one, under this one, and over this one. Now, you'll see very quickly what I mean by, well, which strands do we just go under and over? See, we're having to kind of push things around a little bit. But this is going to become much more obvious as we keep going. Don't worry about it. And next, same thing, grabbing a strand from the upper right-hand corner, which I do believe is this one right here, around the back. We're going to go over, under, over, under, over, under, over, under, over. And then I'm getting the twists out of those strands, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about on the right-hand side where I have the camera. Next, again, grabbing a strand from the upper left-hand side. We're going to go over this one, over this one. Let's see. Let's start that over, under, over, under, over, under, over, under, over. Now you'll see here, this is where we can start to kind of push things around and get our bearings as far as, well, which strands did I just move around? I wasn't 100% sure which strands that I just went over and under, but as we keep going, they'll fall into place. On to the next. Same thing. Grab it right here, around the back, over, under, over, under, over, under, over, under, over. Next one. From the upper left, around the back. Over, under, over, under, over, under, over, under, and over. Now this one can be pulled a little bit more tightly here. A little bit of a twist in it too, it's all right. And see what I mean? I wasn't sure exactly which strands that I was going over and under. In the beginning, it doesn't necessarily matter that much because for one, this is going to be cut off and or covered by our knot. But as we start working our way down, it is going to be important to know which strand is which, and I'll help you guys through that. Next one. Same sequence. Over, under, over, under, over, under, over, under, over. Again, removing the twists from the strands. Like that. On to the next one. And now, around the back, let me show you how things are starting to really kind of call out which strand is which. See this one? Over, under, over, under, over, under, over, under, over. So now, within that diamond pattern, it's becoming much easier to determine which strand is which. See, and then we just grab one at a time, pull it, and push it to the back. Try to maintain a 45-degree angle. And continuing on. Same sequence for a few more passes. Over, under, over, under, over, under, over, under, over. These strands don't need to be pulled super tight because we're going to be waxing this whip, and that will significantly tighten up the strands. So about the tightness that you pull your shoelaces on that final wrap, something like that. Just going to push this up just a little bit. And on to the next one. Same sequence. Grabbing the strand from around the back. We're going to go over, under, over, under, over, under, over, under, and over. Now you see these little twists that form right here. Look at this guy's trying to twist on us. Just twist it back. A little pull and a push. Pull and a push. Reminds me of Dr. Dolittle. Remember the push me, pull you? Next. Same thing. Over, under, over, under, over, under, over, under, over. When I say Dr. Dolittle, I'm not talking about the new movies they made. I'm talking about the original book. Classic. And now, my friends, the sequence is starting to change. See how we're finally now into this black band right here. So we're finishing up with 2 unders right there. So almost the same, but not quite. Whoa, almost pulled the camera down. Grabbing a strand from the upper left around the back. We're going to be going over 1, under 1, over, under, over this last one, and under these last 2 right there. And again, pulling each strand like this to maintain a symmetrical pattern. And next, almost the same as you can see there, we're finishing with over 3. Grabbing a strand from the right side around the back, over, under, over, under, and over 3. And continuing on, things are going to start getting a little bit different on us. So you can see on the right-hand side, everything is pretty much the same, except we're now finishing up with under those last 4 strands. But everything before that is the same. Over, under, over, under, over, and under those last 4 black strands. And then one at a time, we are pulling those strands down and up, or out and in, out and up, I should say. And this right here is the beginning of our black band starting to form. And it's so exciting when you see these patterns materializing before your eyes. On to the next one. Over one, under one. So grabbing one from the right-hand side around the back. Over one, under one. Over one, under one. Over 5. Over those last 5 right there. And after every pass, I'm just getting the twists out of the strands and kind of pushing them up like that. On to the next one. Over one, under one, over one. And you can divide them up a little bit. You don't have to do it all in one sequence. And let me show you a little tip that's really helped me. So the sequence there, we're going to grab a strand from the upper left-hand corner around the back. Here it is, right here. Over one, under one, over one. So over one, under one, over one. I'm going to put my finger in between, and then I can look back at my screen. And now we're going to finish up with under 5, over one. So under 5, over that last one. And it's very helpful if you have a family member, girlfriend, boyfriend, whoever, somebody who you would like to torture and make them sit in a chair and dictate the sequences of these strands. That's so much easier than having to be working and then look over the screen and then look back. It's so easy to get disoriented. So if you have somebody to dictate the sequences by looking at the screen to you while you're working, it has a way of making things flow so much better. I suppose you could pre-record them on your phone or an audio device, audio recording device, and just play that back too. That would be helpful. On to the next one. Over one, under one, over 5. Make sure I'm getting the right strand here. They kind of hide down there. You see that? It's right down there. It's easy to accidentally grab this one, but it looks like this is the upper right, but it's actually tucked under here. Make sure you are grabbing the very top strand. So there it is, around the back. Over one, under one, over 5. Over one, under one, over 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Over one, under one, over one, sorry. 5, under one, over one. And now I'm reaching to the upper left-hand side and just making sure that I pull those strands so they're oriented in a straight fashion, lined up. And back to the right-hand side, grabbing a strand from the upper left-hand corner. Make sure you're always grabbing the very top strand. Over one, under 5. So over 1, under 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, over 1, under 5, over 2, under 1. And now here's where we really need to worry about making sure that we are grabbing each strand. Watch what happens above it to make sure that the strand we're feeling in our fingers is in fact the one that we are anticipating is going to move. That looks good. On to the next. This one's fairly easy. Over 5, under 2, over 2. So grabbing that top strand. Over 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Over 5, under 2, over 2. And doing the twists. Everything you're seeing me do with this camera right here, I'm doing on the left-hand side as well. That's why, I don't know if I already mentioned, I don't have that third camera. And to the next one. Under 4, over 2. All right, under 4, over 2. We'll just get that over with first. Under 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Under those 4, mark it with my fingers so I can look back. Over 2, under 1. Over 2, these two. 1, 2, over 1. See, it's sometimes a little tricky, guys. Just take your time. At this point, I would step back if this was a custom order, but the video must roll on, my friends. Under 4, over 2, under 1. Under those 4, over these 2, under 1, over 1, and under 1. All right, and see, look at, things are starting. Let me point this out to you guys. See, this strand here is wanting to go over here. So the great way to know which strand is which is to reach down and pull the one that we think is closest this way. So this one, nope, it's going under. It's got to be this one. So we move it over, and now look, it lines up perfectly. Next one, pull it here. It moves up there. Great. Let's go down the line. Next one, it moves here. Very good. And that's a great little way to know if we are, in fact, pulling the strand that we think we're pulling. On to the next one. Don't worry about the screen. I did move it so you guys could see the entire pattern right here. So I didn't skip ahead on you. I am going strand for strand, so no worries. Everything's fine. Here, we're going to grab a strand from the upper right. We're going to go around the back and go over 3, under 2. All right. Over 3, under 2. Let me read the rest of that now. Over 1, under 1, over 2. Over 1, under 1, over 2. And pull those strands into place. Snugging them up. And on to the next one. Under 2, over 1. From the upper left-hand corner, around the back, we're going under 2, over this one here. Under 2, over 1. Under 2, over 1. Under 1, over 2. And notice we will need to straighten some things out right here. Little twist there, untwist it. Follow them from top to bottom, like that. And we can see right here our little pattern is starting to materialize. That's always exciting. On to the next one. Over 1, under 1, over 2. From the top right, around the back. Over 1, under 1, over 2. Under 1, over 2. Under 1, over 1. Under this one, over this one. Under 2, and over 1. And on to the next. Over 2, under 3, grabbing one from the upper left-hand corner. Confirm that it is my strand I need. Over 2, under 3. 1, 2, over those 2, under the next 3 in line. Over 2, under 2, over these 2, and under these 2, right there. And we need to straighten these guys out. That. And the same with the left-hand side, straightening the left as well. And grabbing one from the upper right-hand corner, make sure I am indeed grabbing the top furthest to the right. Here it is, around the back. Under 1, over 3. Under 1, over 3. Under 2, over 3. Under 2, over 3. Just like that. And the next sequence, under 1, over 1. Grab one from the left around the back. Make sure. There it is. See, these two are really kind of crossing up on me. I'm going to grab that, pull it, make sure they are who they say they are, or who I think they are. Under 1, over 1. Under this one, over this one. Under 2, over 1. Under 2, over 1. And under these last 4. Straightening these out. Always making sure that they move independently from one another. And one isn't crossed like that. See that? Always move your strands. Constant motion. Always be jiggling them around. Little tugs here and there just to make sure. That's the key, guys. And to our left, grabbing a strand from the upper right. Make sure this one here around the back. Under 1 over 2. Under 1 over 2. Under 1 over 5. Under 1 over 5. I like the looks of that. On to the next one. Under 1 over 2. Under 1. Over 2. Under 5 over 1. Now, typically, the larger number of strands you're going under or over, you're really going to need to pay attention that you didn't cross something. When you say go over 5, go over 6 strands, like there is going to be a large probability that the strands will be twisted or one will be laying where it shouldn't be. So really, that's kind of a warning to you when you have a sequence like that. If you look on you know, right here, under 5, think, okay, I'm going to have to go back and make sure that the strands are put back in their place where they need to be. Next, we're working our way through here. Left-hand side. Whew. Been a little while, guys. Under 2 over 5. Under 2 over 5, 4, and there's 5. And under 2. Again, I'm trying to work as efficiently as possible as to not delay so much that you get confused. Please let me know in the description if I'm doing, yeah, here, let me give you my login info so you can add to my description. Let me know in the comments section if you guys enjoy this type of video, just hands-on, real time. Do you like it? Really, I would really appreciate it if you would let me know. Over 1 under 5, grab one from the upper left-hand corner. Over 1 under 5, over this one. Let me make double sure. Over this one, under the next 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, under 5, and over 3. And next, over 5, under 2, over 2, over 5, under 2, over 2. Making sure that all these strands are not twisted. Looks good. Next, under 4 over 2. From the upper left-hand corner, I'm grabbing that strand around the back. There it is. Under 4 over 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Under 4 over 2. Under the last 3. And see, this one's already trying to cross on us, so put it back in its place. There we are. And next, over 3 under 3, simple enough beginning, right? Over 3, 1, 2, 3. Ooh. Over 3, under 3. Over 2, under 1. over 2, under 1. Right there. And next, under 2 over 3, under 2 over 1, 2, 3, under 2 over 2, under these two here, and over those last two. And the strand's trying to cross, put it back, all the way to the right. There we are. Next, over 1 under 2, over 1 under 2, over 3 under 2, over 1. Everybody's recording. Good. It's a big fear of mine to get halfway through a huge project and then, oh no, it wasn't recording. I may or may not have done that twice tonight already. But you'd never know because of the magic of editing, my friends. Over 2 under 3. Grab it from the right-hand side around the back. Over 2 under 3. 1, 2, 3. Over 2, under 2, over these two, and under these last two. Look at that nasty twist going on there. Whoosh, right back to where it belongs. Perfect. Next, under 2, over 2, under 2. Grab that strand from the upper right. Under 2, over 2, under 2. And over 3. Very good. Next, grabbing a strand from the upper left-hand corner around the back, and we're going over 1, under 2. So over 1, under 2, 1, 2, over 2, these two, and under 4. That was kind of a tricky one there. If you're watching this video right now before you got started on this project, if you're going to choose to do so, pay attention to that sequence. That one was the trickiest for me because a lot of strands were wanting to go in multiple directions at once. Back to the left-hand side, under 1, over 1, under 2. Let's see. Under 1, over 1, over 1, and under 2, over 4, and under 1. I know I say this quite often, guys, but if you want to fly along on a whip, a standard 16 plat bull whip, or any 16 plat whip for that matter, if you just want to fly along so fast where you look at your clock and you go, how in the world did I get this much done? Make one of these, because when you go back to 16 plat, this is just going to seem unreal. And back to the right side, we're going to grab a strand from the upper left around the back. We're going to go under 1, over 2, under this one, over 2, under 4, over 2, under these 4, and over those last 2. And they're trying to cross on us. There we go. On to the next one, my friends. Let's move this into view a little bit here for you. Grabbing a strand from the upper right-hand corner, we're going around the back. We're going under 2, over 4. So let's see, 1, 2, under 2, over 4, under 2, over 1, under 2, over 1. Straightening things out. Things were a little crooked over here, so I'm just taking those strands and pushing them into place. That looks good. On to the next one. We're working through this. Over 1, under 4. over 1. Make sure there's not another one hiding back there. That is the furthest one to the right. Over 1, under 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, under 4. Over 2, these two, and under the last two. There we go. On to the next one, my friends. Over 4, under 2. Grab one from the upper right-hand corner. This is it right here. Don't let this one deceive you. It's hiding behind it. See it? Right there. Grabbing it from the upper right-hand side, around the back. Over 4, under 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Over 4, under 2. Over the last 3. There we go. On to the next one. This one's a little bit of a tongue twister, a fingertip twister. So you can see there we're under 3, over 2, under 2. Under 3, over 2, under 2. Under 3, over 2, under 2, over 1, and under 1. Boy, that was probably one of the most complex sequences that we've had to deal with so far. On to the next one. Over 2, under 2, over 2. Starting. Over 2, under 2, over 2, under 1, over 2, under 1, over 2. There we go. And making sure the right side is neat as well. Doing a quick evaluation 360 degrees around my handle to make sure I didn't screw anything up. I don't believe I have, so that's good. On to the next one. Under 1, over 2. Grabbing a strand from the upper left. Under 1, over 2. There it is, under 1, over these two. Under 2, over 4. 1, 2, under 2, over those last 4 right there. And pushing things into place like that. Looks good. Moving on. Under 2, over 2. Grabbing that strand from the upper right, around the back. Under 2, over 2. Under 2, over 2. Under 4, over 1. There we are. And moving on. Over 1, under 4. Over this one, under 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Over 1, under 1, over 1, under 1. Simple enough. Over 1, under 1, over 1, under the last one. Over 4, under 1. Over 4, under 1. Over 1, under 1, over 1, under 1. Over 1, under 1, over 1, under that last one. Very good. Under 1, over 1, under 2. Under 1, over 1, under 2. These guys right here. over 3, under 1. 1, 2, 3. Under 1. And over that last one. This is a really time-consuming patch of the pattern right in here. These crazy things that I made that I regret. We're getting through it. We're getting through it. Together. Very good. Okay, next. Under 1 over 2 from the upper right. Under 1 over 2. 1, 2. Under 3 over 1. Under 3 over 1. Under 1 over 1. Whew. All right. Make sure all those are where they need to be. Now pay attention to this right-hand side, guys. Look at the way we need to straighten things out. Look at this one. That's a whole potential right there to misconstrue, is that the word for it? Misidentify strands. On the right side, grabbing one from the upper left-hand corner around the back, under 3, over 3, under 3. 2, 3. Ooh. 1, 2, 2, 3. Ooh. Over 3, under 3. Over 1, under 2. Over this one, under these last 2. And removing the twists. Make sure nobody's overheating here. Everybody's still running. Good, good, good. Sometimes Sony cameras are notorious for overheating, especially shooting in 4K for extended periods of time. Next, under 2 over 3, under 2 over 3, 1, 2, 3, under 1 over 3, under this one over those last 3. The first time that I did fancy plaiting with Whipmakers Cord, it took so much mental energy, and it still does, don't get me wrong. It took so much mental energy that the rest of the day I was just worn out. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. Under 1 over 1. Under 1 over 1. Under 1 over 2. Over 2. Under 4. I hear guitar music outside, and it's the middle of the night. What's going on? It's kind of weird. I mean, I love it, but you don't hear that very often. On to the next one. Under 1 over 1. Over 1, under 2 over 4, over 4, under 1. I'm trying to keep my conversation to a minimum because I know I will get lost in this. Ah, look at that. It's kind of a cool pattern to see it in real life as opposed to just on face plat. Seeing it on your whip is really, really cool. On to the next one. Over 1, under 1, over 1, under 4. Over 1, under 1, over 1, under 4. Ooh, over 2. I'm so glad. Okay, on to our next sequence. We're going to move this into frame. We're almost done. We really are. We're really moving through this. It's exciting. Over 1, under 1, over 4. Let's see here. over one. Ooh, it's tricky. Over one, under one, over four. Under two, over one. Under two, over one. Very good. And next, over one, under four. Over one, under four. 1, 2, 3, 4. See how I pull them individually to make sure? Over one, under four. Over three, under one. Over these three, and under this last one right here. There we are. Next, over four, under three, grabbing it from the upper right hand side. There, right there. Over four, under three. 1, 2, 3, 4. Over four, under three. Over one, under one. Over one, and under one. Very good. Next, under three, over three, under three. I like those. You can memorize them. Under three, over three, under three. Before I pull it tight, see, I'm just pushing things into place. There we are. Next, over two, under three. Over two, under three. Over four. And at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the whole whip and move it to where, I'll show you what I'm doing here. Let me push the camera a little bit further. And just put it in the clamp. Again, I don't want to crush it, just enough to hold it. That's all. And on to our next one. Under one, over two. Under one, over two. Under four, over two. 1, 2, 3, 4. Over those last two. And we're currently working on those little bird's eyes. See, there was a little bird eye looking at us right now. And now back to the left side. We're going to grab a strand from the upper right around the back. Under two, over four. Under two, over four. Under the last three. Good. On to the next one. Over two, under one, over one. Over two, under one, over one. Under one, over three. Under one, over three, and under one. Again, this is kind of a hot spot for things to start folding on each other. Let's make sure that doesn't happen. On to the next one. Under one, over one, under one, over one. Under, over, okay. There it is right here. Grab it around the back. Under one, over one, under one, over one. Over, under, over, under three, over two, under 3 over 2. Like that. All right. Whew. I'm going to take a break after this. We're almost done, guys. If you made it this far, be very proud of yourself. This is a very intricate pattern for somebody who's doing it for the first time. Or me, who's done it many times. Under 4 over 2. Grab it from the left side around the back. Under 4 over 2. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Under 4 over 2. Here's the 2. And under 3. There we go. Okay, and back to the other side here. Over 3, under 2. Make sure I'm grabbing the right one. There it is. Over 3, under 2, over 4. These 4 right here. Very good. Next. Under 1 over 3. Under 1 over 3. 1, 2, 3. Under 5. We're working on one of those black bands right now. The bands are also kind of a hot spot for strands to stack up on each other in such a way that they shouldn't. So keep an eye out for that around this area. And next, under 3 over 6. We'll work with that. 1, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Make sure, I'm pulling the strands to make sure they're lined up. Under 3 over 6, okay, looks good. Next. Everybody's still recording. Excellent. Move that up a little bit. Over 2, under 6. 1, 2, over these first 2. Under 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Over 1. Next. Under 1 over 8. Wow. Really watch that under 8, guys. Under 1 over 8. Forgot that was in there. Next. Under 6 over 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Under 6 over 3. Over 9. Over 9. Yeah, if I could go back and change that, I would. I don't like going over everything, but we're going to do it. Here we go. Over 9. Under 5 over 4. We made it. We finally made it, guys. Under 5 over 4. Next. Almost made it. Over 3, under 2. Over 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Over 3, under 2. Over 4. Under 5 over 4. And back to the right side. Almost out. This is the last odd sequence. and then it's all herringbone. Over 1, under 4, over 1, under 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. Over 1, whoops, messed that up. Yes, over 1, under 4, over 4. We can go ahead and get rid of the on-screen guide because from here on out, this is just herringbone. We will be dropping strands as we go, but now we're just going to be doing under 5 over 4 till we need to drop strands. Under 5 over 4, there's one there. And the right side, under 5 over 4. Sorry, I'm making a big deal about this. Under 5 over 4. And under 5 over 4. Now we're just herringbone. Again, if you guys made it this far and you just did all this pattern, that's something to be proud of. It really is. So we're just going to keep on plaiting under 5 over 4 until it's time to drop a strand, and I'll meet back up with you there. All right, so from the top of the handle where we started plaiting, where we tied those strands on, we have reached about the 1 foot mark, 12 inches, and it is time to drop one strand from the right-hand side. So which strand are we going to drop? Let's drop the shortest one. Now, theoretically, all of these strands should be the same length, but consequently they are not because of the way that we tied these on. Some were in different positions than others. So let's go ahead and grab here the shortest strand on the right hand side. It's almost a tie between these two, but it's this one right here. So what I'm going to do is just plait a few strands on top of it. We're still in 18 plait, but we are nearing the end of the handle. So stacking a couple of strands on top of that one that we're going to be dropping. All this time we've been plaiting under 5 over 4. Let's go back and find it. It's right here. So we have 2 strands below it, and this is the one we're dropping. So here we're gonna go. So here we go. Let's pull it. Let's pull the one above it. A little tug there, right below it, and we're gonna pull it. Lift the 2 below right here. Swing it to the middle. And don't pull tight yet, not yet. Once we have these pulled over, now we can just sneak it over into the middle. Now, on the right-hand side, the sequence is going to be under 5 over 3. And this gets rid of that double overlap there. Still on the left-hand side, we are under 5 over 4. Back to the right-hand side, under 5 over 3. Under 5 over 4 on the left. Under 5 over 3 on the right. Working our way down. And once we establish a few more strands on top of that one that we just dropped, we can give it a pull, a snip, and a melt. Under 5 over 3 on the right. Under 5 over 4 on the left. Under 5 over 3 on the right. And there's enough pressure to where we can go ahead and give this a little pull. We can see it starting to move. Right when it starts to move, I'm going to grab the strand right below and give that a pull. So it's seamless. There is absolutely no way of telling where that strand dropped. So if I can reach over here without pulling my microphone off, I have here my scissors. Here's the strand we just dropped. I'm going to give it a little snip and a melt. And we're going to press it into the handle. Right there. And now it's going to be time to drop a strand on the left side. So about 1/2 inch past where we dropped the first one, still under 5 over 3 on the right. We're going to find the shortest one over here, and we have some options. This one here looks like it's pretty much short enough. Make sure Actually, this one here, second from the bottom, this looks to be the shortest. So we want 2 strands below it before we drop it. So here's 1, here's 2. And here it is right here. 2 strands below, same procedure. You're going to grab the one that we're dropping, give it a pull, give the 2 below it a little pull, lift the 2, grab that one that we're dropping to the center, right there. And now we can continue plaiting. And now on the left-hand side, we are again under 5/3. On the right, under 5/3. Back to the left, under 5/3. Back to the right, under 5/3. It's enough pressure there. Give it a little pull. You can see it start to move. The one right underneath it, give that a pull. Little snip and a melt. Continuing on, my friends, under 5/3. Under 5/3. Looks good. And we're going to drop 2 more strands. Now, because we're almost to the end, it doesn't matter which ones. We're not going to run out. We're not at risk for running out. So I'm going to grab this one here on the right-hand side. There's 2 below, just like we've been doing. Give the one that we're going to be dropping a pull right here. Give the 2 underneath it a pull. Swinging it to the middle. Right there. Pull it to the center. Now, on the right-hand side, we are going to be plaiting under, this is going to sound crazy, under 5/2. On the left, we're still under 5/3. Under 5/2 on the right. Give this a little pull. The one below it. Whoops, this is the one below it. Snip and a melt. Under 5/3. Under 5/2. Under 5/3. Now we're going to be dropping the final strand from the left side. So here it is right here. Same procedure. Give that one a pull, give the 2 underneath it, swing it to the middle. Right there. Under 5/2 on the right, and finishing up with under 5/2 on the left as well. Make sure that stays in the middle. And we've avoided any double overlapping, kind of like you saw what my friend John Malaman of Eagle Whips did in the collaboration video that we made together. We've avoided that. And I think it's particularly important to do on a handle. Never really done it before until now, and I just thought this would be the time to do that. Give this a pull, one underneath it a pull, snip and a melt. And we can finish up under 5/2 in the left and the right side all the way until we reach this mark right here. Whoa, that was close. Almost out of frame. There we go. till we reach this mark right here where the hockey tape ends. Under 5/2. Under 5/2. These strands are getting a little bit short, so it's kind of hard to hang on to them. Finish up strong. Here we go. Almost done. Check the back side. That looks fine. All right. Now I'm going to keep on plaiting past that little drop-off area, and we'll be able to distinguish it just fine because there's going to be a significant indentation where the hockey tape ends. We are running out of strands. See, I didn't do a great job of keeping those strands perfectly even. So see, I have quite a long strand on the left and then a tiny little short strand on the right. And that's why when we talked about keeping those, when we tied on this whole overlay, or when we tied on this whole handle, the strands, keeping those seams in the middle behind the handle, that's what's going to help you with keeping all the strands at the same length. Under 5/2. Let's see, we're almost there. A couple more. That's about all we got with that one. I think we're going to call that good, my friends. So the next thing I'm going to do, the last thing I'm going to do is grab here some artificial sinew. And I'm going to wrap the end here to hold those strands from going anywhere. Give a few wraps like this. And we're just going to do a half hitch knot right here. Artificial sinew sticks on itself, which is nice. And then we can come through here and trim the excess. There we are. All that work. So the next step here is to call Tipper. Tipper. And we're about ready to roll this handle. We're going to give it a very hefty roll. Get up there, girl. I need the extra weight. Come on now. There we are. Perfect. Very hefty roll, whole way down. There we go. What do you think, Tip? All right, at this point we have our handle finished and it is time to remove the very end, all this sloppy stuff where we tied on those strands. It's time to remove those. So what we're going to do is grab here a pair of calipers, and from the end of the handle right here where the plaiting begins, I would like to mark 21 millimeters. So right there. I'm just going to mark this with my finger right here, and I'm going to take some artificial sinew. And right where that 21 millimeter mark is, I'm going to wrap this artificial sinew and begin very tightly wrapping the end of the handle like this, all the way to where the plaiting begins on the handle, like this. Nice and tight. I haven't said that once this whole video. There we are. And going back where we were just to strengthen and reinforce it. Just like that. Give this a snip, and artificial sinew sticks on itself, so we have the luxury of being able to just press it right in. Gonna remove this little piece right here. Next thing I'm gonna do is grab some hockey tape. I'm just gonna cut off a strip about 3 inches long. I'm gonna take this hockey tape, and right where the artificial sinew begins, I'm going to wrap this very tightly as I can, symmetrically. So we don't want any angles, we want it to be symmetrical all the way around the handle like this. So once we have this on, I have here a utility knife. Again, I'm going to reach for my caliper from the very tip here, 21 millimeters. Here's the other side right there. I'm going to take the knife, I'm going to go all the way around right at 21 millimeters. So now I'm going to take my scissors and just dress this up a little bit so it's a flat surface, like that. I'm going to grab a lighter and just melt the end of this. Now, if we spin this, you'll notice that there's a little indentation right here. And before we wrap our heel knot foundation, I'm just going to build this up just ever so slightly with some artificial sinew, just so we don't have a valley there that goes all the way around. So I've mentioned many times in these videos that artificial sinew has putty-like tendencies. As a matter of fact, if I just take my finger and just push in here, it feels kind of like clay or putty. So I'm just going to go around there. So now we have that built up sufficiently. Give it a snip. And now we can go ahead and proceed with our knot foundation. Now I have here a roll of 1/32 inch thick lead sheet. Now I have to say this in all of the videos where I work with lead. I know some people are a little bit upset about that. I'm touching the lead, I'm working with it, not putting my fingers in my mouth, and I'm washing my hands thoroughly afterwards. So this is lead. Some people have varying strong opinions on lead, but we're going to be using it for today's build. So what I'm going to do here is find 21 millimeters, and our caliper is locked. And I'm going to mark 21 millimeters on the lead. There we go, right here. And we're going to mark one in the middle and one on the end. And we're going to cut this strip of lead. Grab our ruler. Take a razor blade and just slice a 21 millimeter wide piece. Now this is, the width of this sheet from the factory is 1 foot wide. So 1 foot is plenty. We're going to actually have excess. So once we have that piece cut, what we're going to do is we're going to lay it right here on the handle. We want it to be flush with the top. See right there, we don't want it to be over or underneath it. We want it to be exactly flush with the top, just like this. At this point, I'm going to grab my stapler, and I'm not going to go straight through the top at 12 o'clock on this handle. I'm going to offset it and be about 1/30 or 2 because I don't want to penetrate that fiberglass rod. So right off to the side. There's one staple. Once we have one staple in there, we can go ahead and begin to spin this. And we only want one revolution. So as you can see right here, we went around once and we're stopping right there. I'm going to mark this with my fingernail right there. And then I'm going to take a pair of scissors that I'm not particularly crazy about, because cutting lead with scissors repeatedly will damage your scissors. So I'm just going to do this with this pair that's designated for lead. There's one cut right there. And as you can see, those corners are touching, which is just what we want. At this point, what I like to do is grab some more artificial sinew and give a few wraps. This is just going to hold things in place temporarily. Go ahead and cut this. And now I'm going to drive 2 more staples into the handle. Remember, don't go straight 12 o'clock position, because you'll end up hitting your fiberglass rod. So right offset, 1:30, 2 o'clock. There's another one. And we'll put our final one right here. Reaching for a little jeweler's hammer right here. Just going to tap these in. And at this point, I like to take something soft and lay it down as to not deform the other side of the heel knot foundation. So I'm going to take that hammer and just round off. I'm going to get a nice close-up view, taking the edge of the hammer and just pretty tenderly tapping that edge. And we're just beveling this edge so that it's not so sharp and the corners of the knot can just easily flow over it. Makes for a much nicer looking knot foundation. Keep turning it. And just kind of looking at the top of the knot here, shaping it a little bit. And these staples could use a little bit more encouragement here to go all the way in. That's what we're going for right there. Next thing I'm going to do is grab my remaining piece of lead right here. As you can see, we have quite a bit of excess to be used. So now I have my caliper set to 15 millimeters. So now we want a 15 millimeter strip of lead. Watch your thumb, Nick. Now we can peel away this. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take that secondary piece and wrap this around. First, we're just going to do it for size, just to measure it. So you can see going all the way around until they touch. So right about there, we're going to mark that as well with my fingernail. And give it a snip. Let's see how that lines up. Not quite, but we'll be okay. So I undershot just a little bit, but I have here a little piece of lead that I snipped off. I hate wasting materials, so instead of cutting a whole new one, we're just going to stick that in there, and that will do just fine. So what we're going to do here is make sure that this wrap of lead is flush on this side with the other piece of lead. And now you'll see there is a little bit of an overhang here, a little step up. What we're going to be doing is wrapping that with artificial sinew to make it smoother. So I'm just examining this. Top here, looks good. Reaching for my artificial sinew. And I'm going to give this a few wraps just like we did previously. There we go. That car's running rough, my friends. It's running rich. All right. There we go. Next, I'm going to take, again, my stapler, but this time we're going to straddle. We're going to straddle the fiberglass rod. So we are going exactly in the 12 o'clock position, but not this way. We're straddling it with a staple. If you have a staple, see, we're just straddling it like this. Take the stapler like this, give one on this side and one opposite. Like that. Take my hammer tap this in. And examining that to make sure that it's symmetrical. A little bit more sticking out right there. Very good. Next thing we're going to do after we snip this little tip off there is we're going to take our hammer and just even out this little step right here. We don't want it to be a step, we want it to be a ramp. Something we've discussed in previous videos. So we're just going to take the edge of that hammer and just ever so slightly round off, bevel that edge of the lead. Like this. And once that's done, we're going to take some artificial sinew and just a little bit further fill in that step down area. I'm just going to take it like this, just twisting the sinew around, spinning the handle in my hand like this. And that's just filling in that little gap there. We don't need to go crazy with it, just filling it in like this. Kind of molding it in my hand and doing a last few taps to encourage a bit of a taper on this heel knot foundation. Just like that. So you can see here what might happen when you do this. You might have a little bit of overhang. In other words, the handle itself is slightly longer than the heel knot foundation. So what I'm going to do is take the handle like this, like I'm cutting a pear, and I'm just ever so carefully, as to not hurt myself, I'm just going to shave off the top there, like a farrier working on the hoof of an animal, like this. See that? Now we're going to take our lighter and just singe that, just melt that end there. Want it to be flat. Now what we're going to do is just slightly bevel the edges, just like we did down here. We're going to bevel the edges of the top of the knot foundation. So let's see, I make sure I have this in frame. There we go. Just going all the way around, knocking down that edge so that it's not so sharp. And the knot strand wraps will flow ever so elegantly over the edge. There we go. So that lead adds a nice little bit of weight to the end of our handle. The next step is to take our hockey tape once again, and from the very lip, right here, the very edge, we're going to wrap around like this, around the knot foundation. Really want this edge of the tape to be flush with the lead. All we need is one wrap. There's one right there. I'm going to give it a snip and just press it in like this, guide it into those edges with our fingers. And then the top we can trim the excess right here. Kind of pinch it a little bit, maybe give it a little roll. However you can get that tape to adhere to that lead, do that. And there we go. Next step is to take a little aluminum disc. I might stamp my emblem on the top there, and we will be ready to tie the knot. In addition, this hockey tape over a knot foundation allows the strands to not slip, particularly after you wax the whip. I've had many times where I tied a heel knot foundation strictly with artificial sinew, and then I tied a knot on top of that, and it slid right off when it got hot in the wax. So this makes sure that that will not happen. Okay, so I have here a little aluminum disc that I've trimmed, and I've subtly put my emblem on there. This is whip number 569. As you can see, it fits right on the top there, like a little cap. And this is going to be the top of our heel knot foundation. Of course, this is an optional step. You can put anything you want on the top to dress it up, make it look nice. There is a link in the description for these, but you will probably need to trim them. So I have here some 2-part 5-minute epoxy that I'm just going to slather on the top here like this. Grab a little bit more. Here we are. Just going to spread it out there. If there's a little bit of excess, that's just fine. Next thing, we're going to take our little cap here, aluminum, and just put it on there and try to get it right in the middle. I know the camera is overexposed. I do apologize, but my hands are a little sticky now and I can't reach it. So once that is perfectly centered, we're going to set this aside and let that set for about 10 minutes. It says 5, but I like to be extra sure. All right, so our heel knot foundation cap is dry. The epoxy is set, and it is time to tie a 2-tone herringbone knot off of a 7x6 Turk's Head knot. Now I have 2 pieces of Whipmaker's cord right here. They are both 4 feet long. We have red and black. It's going to be a really neat 2-tone knot. I have a tutorial on how to tie this knot, so I'm not going to go significantly slowly because this video is already running so long. So first I'm going to grab here my 4-foot strand of Whipmaker's cord. I already have it threaded into my lacing needle right here. I'm going to take it 45 degrees around the back like this, cross it up the side, cross it there, hold it with my finger around the back. I'm going to go under this one. I'm going to go over that next one there, up along the side. We're going to go under this one here. And over that top one right there. Next, we're going to come along the side here, go over this one and under this one. Resist the temptation to pull tightly, especially with this Whipmaker's cord. The natural filling in of the knot is what's going to tighten it to a reasonable degree. We went under this one. We're going to go over that one, under this one. Along the top here, we're going to push this back into place. We're going to go over this one, under this one. Push that back into place there. We went under that one. We're going to go over this next one here and under this one. Just like that. So we just went under this one. We're going to go over this next one, under this one. And now we're going to follow this strand. Everything it does, we're going to do to the right. It went over, we're going to go over. It went under this next one, we're going to go under that next one. Make sure that I push things around to where they are not. There we go. Now up to the top here. So now at the top here, what we're going to do is go over this X and then follow this strand here on the way down, but we're going to follow it on the left-hand side. And just loosely lay it across that X right there at the top. See that? Following this strand here on the way down, we're going to mimic what it does on the left-hand side. Over, we're going to go over. Under, we're going to go under. At the bottom here, we're going to lay it across this X as well, right here. Lay it across and go splitting this one under here. Like this, laying it across that X right there. Now we're going to go over this one and under this next one here. Now if we look at the top here, this is the strand that we need to go under. It's covered up by these two guys right here. I'm going to push them aside, take that needle, go right underneath, dig it out, and go underneath it. The top looks like a mess, but we will address that in 1 second. We're going to go over this one and under this one. Same thing with the bottom here. We're going to push this strand aside and expose what needs to be right here. We're going to go over this one and under this one. Just like that. Now we can go ahead and push these, evening everything out. Look at the top here, paying attention to that. Notice how the top is not symmetrical, so I'm just taking each strand and just pushing it around and making all of those black squares more or less the same size. I'm just going to take the slack out of this a little bit by picking one strand and working with the direction of the needle. So just grab one strand, find a loose spot. This looks a little bit loose like right here, so I'm going to grab it and pull it all the way around and work the slack out of it. And that looks pretty good. Looking at the top here, we can see that is much more symmetrical than it was, and we can see the little emblem at the top there is exposed. So we're going to finish this up by just moving things around a little bit more. All those spaces look about even to me. So I'm going to take this final strand, we're going to go under 3 in a row just to park that strand in a spot where it will never be in the way again. So we went under that one, we're going to go under this one, and under that last one right there. Give that lead, or the beginning, a little pull there. We're going to take the strand, push it up a little bit to make room for what we're about to do. We're going to give this a snip and a melt. A little bit more out of the way, there we go. Reaching for my lighter, I'm going to melt the tip of this strand, push it into the heel knot foundation just like that. So it's going to lay flat and not get in our way. And we are ready for our secondary interweave pass in black. So let's grab that black strand right now. Going to remove this strand from my needle and put a new black strand. Again, this is a 3-foot black strand. So if we lift this knot up like this, where's the sweet spot? Right about there. So what we're going to do is count 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to go in right here. Now everything that red strand does right here, we're going to mimic it on the left until we get to the top. These twists are annoying sometimes, all the time. So see, we're mimicking everything it does. We're doing that action on the left. It went over, we're going to go over. It went under, we're going to go under. This. Up to the top. It goes over, we're going to go over. It goes under, we're going to go under. And then up to the top, we're going to go over this one here and go underneath this X right here, like that. When we come out from underneath the X, we're going to be now mimicking this strand on the right. See how I went over? We're going to go over. It goes under. We're going to go under. Again, I have a much more in-depth tutorial on how to tie this knot in the description. Over, under, right here. And now once we reach the bottom here, we're going to split this pair of strands right here. We're going to work the needle inside right here and then go underneath this X right here. Right there. There's a twist in it, of course, without fail. Pull that back where it belongs. Very good. And again, following this strand all the way up, carrying out its actions on the left-hand side, mirroring it. Over, it goes over. Under, we go under. All the way up to the top, over, under. We're going to split this pair of strands right here, and immediately after there's an X for us to go under, right here. Just like that. Descending, mimicking it on the right-hand side, over, under. Working my way down, it goes over, we're going to go under this one, splitting that pair of strands. And immediately after, there is another pair of strands to split right here. Stick the needle in between, and there's another X to go under right there. Following it up, again, another strand here, under. Immediately after, we have an over, splitting a pair of strands right here. And right after that, we have another pair of strands to split right here. In addition to that, we have another X to go under right here. And I'm just going to pause here 1 minute and just kind of push things around a little bit. Push the strands along the side of the knot because things are starting to get a little bit uncomfortably crowded on top. So there we go. We just went underneath that X, working our way down, over, under. Over this red, under this red, but when we do so, whenever we see a pair next to each other, we have to split that pair. We're splitting this one, and we're also splitting the one right underneath it, right here. Continuing on, right after that, we have yet another pair of strands to split. In addition to that, we have another X right here. Now, when we come out, we want to be on the left-hand side of this beginning strand. It's easy to mistake this one here. That's our parked strand that we cut and melted. We want to proceed past that one after we split this pair of strands right here and end up just on the left side of the beginning strand right here that we started with. Right there, give it a little pull, starting to get a little bit loose. And up we go again, over, under. Two sets to split. We're going to go under this, we're going to go over this red one while splitting and under that next red one while splitting. Working our way to the top, we've just split this pair of strands. There's another one to split right here, and then a little X awaits us right here. So we just went underneath that X. And coming back down, we're going to go over this one, under this red one while splitting this pair of strands. Working our way down, we're splitting quite a few pairs of strands all the way down. Another one right here, over this red while splitting, under that next red while splitting. All the way down, we have another pair to split right here. Work our needle in, coming out. There's a little X that we are going under right when we emerge from that area as well. Going back up again, over, under this red while splitting that pair. Over this red while splitting this pair, and under the next red while splitting that pair. And this is where things start getting a little bit more complex, but it's nothing you guys can't handle. We just went underneath this red right here. Now we're going to go over this red right here, and things just get a little bit tight. There's an X right there, if you can see this, right there. And right when we get done with that, we're working our way down again, splitting pairs all the way down, over that red, under that red. Over this red, and under that next red. Now that's where our parked strand is, so don't accidentally go underneath that one as well. It's going to be a little bit tricky to spot it, but you can see in between the spaces of the strands. We just went underneath this red one here. We're going to split this guy, this pair, coming out. There's our X. So we're repeating the same motion over and over again. It just becomes more difficult to identify those pairs and X's because everything gets filled in as we go. Over this red, under the next one, splitting as we go. The further we progress with the knot, the more constantly we're splitting strands until the last pass, we're just constantly splitting strands. Under that red, over this red, under the next one, and here's the end of the knot. So we just came from under that red, we're going to go right here into this pair. It's going to be a sharp corner. Proceed with caution. Don't drift the corner. Under this red, over this red. I'm just having some difficulties getting that needle in there. So this is a pair that we're splitting right here. What's going on? There we go. As soon as we get it through the pair, we're making a quick 90-degree angle to the left because there's a little X in there as well. You see it? It's right here, those two red strands. So right when we get done with that, we're going to come under here. We're going to pull this, flatten that out a little bit. And now we can come down. We went under this red one. Now we're going to go over this red one, under this next one while splitting those and splitting all the way down. I've never said the word split more in my life, I don't believe. Under that red, over this red, under the next red, over this red here, and out the bottom. And this is the end of our 7x6 pineapple knot. Excuse me, 7x6 herringbone knot. So I'm going to pull each strand that either exits or enters the knot. So this one, take a look at the top here, make sure that it's symmetrical. That looks pretty good. And give it a little press here. Once I feel confident in that tension of these guys, I'm going to give them each a pull, a snip, and a melt. Just fray them lightly. Be very gentle with the flame on Whipmaker's cord because it melts very quickly. I have two of them here. 1, 2. Try to fray them a little bit. Got a mosquito on my leg there, my friends. And we can just take the black, push it in like that. And there we have it. This is our herringbone knot for the heel of our whip. So the next thing I'm going to do is take my knot right here and I'm just going to kind of spread those passes of the knot around, just examining it, making sure that everything is symmetrical. We still have the luxury of being able to kind of push things around because the whip is not waxed yet. That's what's really going to solidify this knot. But I really like the look of that herringbone knot built off of a 7x6 Turk's head knot. It kind of complements the plaiting in the handle, I think. So here I have the edge of my workbench here that I've covered with this paper, mostly so it was easier to see hopefully what I was doing. And I'm just going to take it like this, determine the edge right here, and I'm going to roll the lip of that knot in order to just press it into the handle. So it's a nice gradual increase there instead of just a rough edge. Always looks better. And then it's going to take, next I'm just going to take it and just hand roll it like this with the palm of my hand. And lastly, just kind of spreading that out so we can see that optional little emblem there, the aluminum on the top. And there we have it. All right, at this point, it is time to get our strands ready that are going to be used for the handle portion of the keeper. These strands are going to be laying right here, and there's going to be a flat braided loop that comes out right here, and this is going to be the keeper of the handle. So right here I have laid out 8 24-inch strands. I've separated them red and black just to have an even number. It's completely optional. You can do any color combination you want, obviously. So if I take this one strand right here, this from end to end is 24 inches, and I just have it just like this, so the middle is right here on all of these strands. The next thing I'm going to do is take each strand, and I'm just going to lay them all on each other like this. And now the black strands on there. Just like this. And here's our last one. Again, all of the middles are right here. So now we can kind of just open these up just a little bit. All right, so as you can see, I have all 8 strands right here. And I'm pinching with my left forefinger and my thumb the middles of all of those strands. And the next step here, while we're grasping the middles of all these strands, doesn't matter how we have them oriented, we can work on that momentarily once we get them in the vise. I'm going to take this tape measure and measure from my thumb, or from the top, from the middles, 2 inches. So as you can see that, there's the 2-inch mark on the left. On the top, draped across my finger, is the middles. So at this point, what I'm going to do is grasp them by that new 2-inch mark, which is now right here. And I'm going to put them in the vise like this. And this mark where they're being put into the vise is now the 2-inch mark from the top on one side. So see, now we have all the strands. At this point, what I like to do is I like to orient them in such a way that I personally like. So usually what I'll do is I'm going to try to do this without having the strands come out. I can just shift them around. So I'd like to have just an alternating pattern. So red, black, and so on. And I probably should have done this before I put them in the vise, but I think we'll be just fine. See, I'm just moving things around here. So there's a red, there's a black, there's a red, here's another black, here's a red right here, a black, a red, and a black. And I want them in the vise so that neither strand is on top of another one. I want them all to be exposed like this. And once they are, we can go ahead and close our vise jaws like this. Do so carefully as to not change the position of the strands. Nice and tight, just like that. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do an 8-strand flat braid. Now this is something that we've done in the past with a smaller number of strands. So you can see we're just going to separate. Here's 3 on the right, here's 3 on the left. We're going to take these 2 in the middle. I'm going to cross the red over the black. That's our first step. And now from the right hand side, we're going to go under, over, under. And now from the far left, we're going to grab this red strand. We're going to go over this black one, under this next red one, and over that next red one. and under the next black one. And this sets us up for our even 8-strand flat braid. Back to the right, this red strand right here from the right side, we're going to go under, over, under. And we're just alternating left to right, or right to left. From the far left, we have this black strand. We're going to go over, under, over, under. And once you get into the swing of things with this flat braided keeper, everything will kind of show you what you need to do. So for example, here on the right hand side, notice how this red strand goes over the black one. That means that we're going to do the opposite. We're going to take this black strand. We're always taking strands from the furthest corners, the outsides. Grab this black strand right here, furthest to the right, highest up. We're going to go under this black one, over this red one, under this black one. Back to the left, grabbing this red strand, over, under, over, under. And that's it. We're just going to keep on braiding this for several inches. Back to the right, under, over, under. Try to always keep your flat braid tight. And now we're just doing this the whole way. It's just alternating left to right, and the strand that's just below it will dictate what you need to do. Over, under, over, under. It's the same weave pattern as rugs are made with. From the left, over, under, over, under. We're just going to keep doing this. Now once we've braided 4 inches of this flat braided 8-strand keeper here, as you can see we've reached the 4-inch mark, we can go ahead and take it out of the clamp. Before I do so, I'm just going to run my fingers down it just to flatten it, give it a little bit of a stretch, and take it out. Try your hardest not to unweave this little piece right here. So that's what we're looking at right there. Again, it does not matter where the colors are. You could have put them in any way you want as long as you are achieving an 8-strand flat braid, just like this. Now what I used to do in the past was I used to braid the whole section and then I would unravel it, and that's just extra work that you don't need. So that's why we found the middles and we chose 2 inches down on one side and put that area in the clamp. So now we have it just like this, and we're ready to attach it to the handle. The next thing I'm going to do here is grab my 120 grit sandpaper. Actually this is 150, but it'll do just fine. I'm going to tear off a piece and I'm just going to scuff up the area of the handle right here. And what we're doing here is just allowing a surface for those strands to adhere to. We're going to be using a little bit of epoxy. Doesn't have to be crazy, just gives you that little extra surface area for those strands to adhere to. So at this point I have my handle keeper all ready to go, and I've reached for a couple of things here. Firstly, I've mixed up some 2-part 5-minute epoxy, and I also have a 3/4 inch PVC pipe, also known as 21 millimeters in diameter. And this is what's going to be used as our spacer to know just how much we need to have on that loop. So I'm going to take my handle like this. First I'm going to actually take the keeper and just drape it right over that pipe, and then put it right here like this. Make sure that it's a snug fit like that. See, that's just allowing a nice little space for us to know. See, we can see on the bottom here how the braiding stops. Turn it over, the braiding more or less stops. We might have to unravel that just a little bit, but you want a tight fit. So push the sides of that keeper down. I'm reaching for my artificial sinew, and I'm just going to wrap around the top. This part is a little bit tricky because you're holding this and wrapping. So I'm going to do this a couple times. That should be good. Actually, I did a little too high there, so I'm going to Come down just a touch, so I'm at the base of the button right here. Like that. Oh, slip it on me. Yeah, this part's a little bit tricky. Nothing you guys can't handle. And once we do that, I'm just going to kind of hold it with my finger like this while it's tight. I'm going to spread these strands away and unravel all the way to our wrap there of our artificial sinew. That looks good. Next, I'm going to take some of that two-part epoxy and just give a light coating along the handle here. And this is just going to add a little bit more purchase for those strands to adhere to. Could be overkill, but you know me, guys, by now. The guy who's always over-tightening screws and breaking them. I just like to be sure that that keeper is never going to move. That's all we need, just a little bit. And at this point, what we can do is take all those strands and just orient them 360 degrees around the handle the best we can so they're even. It's a little bit messy. Turning it around. See, this one here kind of needs to go over that one. And the idea is to just get them all laid out as neatly as we can in a straight line. These two here are giving me fits. Not really. And that looks pretty good. At this point, we're going to take our artificial sinew and tightly wrap all the way down like this. And we're going to stop when we get to the end of our braiding that we already did on the handle, the plaiting. So always taking a little peek through, see we can see our artificial sinew right here. We're going to go all the way down to that point. Keep going down. And right there, you can see there's a swell. That's our indicator that we can stop. Now we're going to go back up, filling in the spaces that we did not go before. See, we're going in between the wraps now, more or less. And it's all about getting this as flat as possible. That's all it is. It's not, I hate to say it again because I've said it so many times in this video, but it's not an exact science. I'm just filling in the spaces that I went before. Trying to flatten those wraps while tightening it as much as possible. See that? All the way up to the top, kind of filling in where we have not gone before. This. All the way up to the top. There's a little bit of a bulge right there. I'm just going to eliminate that by wrapping right over it. Another one there. And now I'm going to wrap about halfway down. I'm going to cut my artificial sinew and just give it a few consecutive half hitch knots. There's one. Here's two. And here's three. I think three will be just fine. And what I'm also going to do is just take a little bit of that two-part epoxy and put it, while we have it liquid right now, I'm just going to put it over the top of where we stopped those half hitches. And what I like to do is just grab just a little piece of paper or something. I'm going to use the back side of this. Actually, I'm going to use the back side of this little piece of sandpaper and just rub that in. Why not use it while we have it? Now I'm going to snip off the excess, and I'm going to let this set. Now we can go ahead and remove that spacer pipe that we used. There's our keeper right there. So the next thing we're going to do is grab our scissors, and we're going to ever so carefully trim the excess of each one of these strands all the way at the base. Like this. There's one. you can see there's several strands stacked on top of each other here, so that means I didn't do a perfect job of orienting those strands so that they're all in a straight line, evenly spaced, but we're going to be just fine. Because I'm not doing it again. No, I'm just kidding. No, I have to repeat, this is not a custom order. This is a whip strictly for this video, so I'm trying to give you guys the main idea without striving too intensely for perfection. And that's what we're looking at right there. Okay, so I have here a 6-foot piece of type 1 micro paracord, and I've gutted it. I've removed the single strand that makes up the core. So what I'm going to do here is take this right here. I'm going to grab my lighter, and I'm going to melt the end of this and just stick it about 1/3 of the way down on the handle. So just like this, we're going to melt it. And we're just going to stick it right here. Just like that. The next thing I'm going to do is take a little dab of the CA super glue. And right here at the top, right in that V, just on top of that artificial sinew, I'm going to dab one little droplet of this glue. Next, I'm going to take this and push right here and hold it there until that glue dries in about 10-15 seconds, and that will be its final resting place. The next step is to take the handle, and what we're about to do is called a grapevine hitch. And what that is it's basically a fancy wrapping of a cord, of a string, of a rope, whatever you're using, some sort of cord. In this case, it's the type 1 parachute cord. And it allows you to get this really neat little feature that looks like a grapevine or a vine that wraps around and spirals along whatever you're wrapping. Now this type 1 parachute cord, this type 1 nylon cord is very round even after taking out the core, the single core strand, as opposed to Whipmakers cord, which is flat. If you use a flat material for this, it's not as easy to get a nice looking grapevine hitch. That's why I'm choosing this cord. So once the glue has dried, what I'm going to do is make a loop just like this. You can see this is where it's fused to the handle, and this is where the glue is. Little loop like this that goes around the back. I'm going to hold it with my index finger, and I'm going to take the opposite end of the cord and just feed it through that loop like that and pull it all the way until it's snug. Not super tight, just snug. I'm also going to hold the glue area with my thumb and just see I'm working the slack out of that wrap like that. And now I'm examining the sides. I want this first wrap to be covering where the sinew begins, like that. So now once that's there, we're going to do it again. A little loop goes around the back, taking the opposite end of the cord, putting it through that loop and pulling the slack out over and over and over again. See, we don't want it to tighten there. We want it to push it all the way up to the top and just cinching it into place. And we're going to be seeing this grapevine hitching start to become very apparent as we go. The idea every time is to turn it over and make sure there's no spaces here. We want that secondary knot and third and fourth and fifth to be right next to the previous wrap. And I'm going to keep doing this. And as long as you get it tight, I should say snug, the grapevine hitching, because of the nature of half-hitch knots lined up together, are going to just fall into place automatically. It's a really neat little thing, little feature to do on your whips. Previously on this channel, when we were making a performance hybrid whip, I used 550 parachute cord to do a grapevine hitch, and it didn't turn out very good. And there is a way to do it. I'm just not that good at doing it with 550 parachute cord, but because it's flat, that makes it more difficult. And let's do it again. Feeding that through. It might be easier, if you guys so choose to, you can actually thread a lacing needle onto the end of the cord to feed through this loop every time. Tightening it, turning it over, making sure that all those are side by side. I'm just going to keep doing this over and over again until we have about 1/4 of an inch left at the bottom. Then we're going to tie it off. But I'm going to do a few more passes so that you guys can see. Look at this, just a little left and right motion to tighten it, examining the back. That looks good. Now we can start to see the grapevine hitching is automatically beginning to spiral. So I'm just going to keep doing this all the way down this area here until we're about a 1/4 inch of the way below this little wrapped area of artificial sinew. Okay, so we're working our way down, and if I turn this, you can see those little spirals, those little raised areas that resemble a grapevine. Now, I'm not very good at the grapevine hitching, but this is about the best I could do at my current state. If I practice more, perhaps, hopefully, I would get better. But there are many people who can do it much better than I just did, even with me using this type 1 cord that is typically the most easy to use. So I'm going to just tie several more, probably 2 or 3 more, of these little half hitches. And now I'm finished with those half hitches. For the remainder of this section here, I'm just going to wrap it around like this, pulling tightly, just a spiral all the way down to our artificial sinew right here. Just like that. Once we get about right here, turn this way. I'm going to give it a snip and a melt and press it into the rest of the handle. Little flame right here. Nice and melted. Pressing it right in. Get rid of this little tassel here. For good measure, I like to just give a little dab of super glue on top of that melted section. And there we have it, my friends. We have our grapevine hitching that binds the handle keeper to the handle itself. Lastly, what we're going to be doing is building a very shallow knot foundation right here and tying a 2-pass 5x4 Turk's head knot with Whipmakers cord. I have here a little piece of hockey tape that I cut. It's about 3 inches long and 8 millimeters in width. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to wrap the area right here where the artificial sinew makes contact with our final wrap of the type 1 cord. And I'm going to wrap this very tightly. And this is going to be what's the foundation of our knot foundation itself. Just like that. Next, I'm going to grab some artificial sinew. I'm going to give this a few wraps to not only reinforce what we have there, but also to raise the area slightly, make it uniform and round so that we can tie a nice, even Turk's head knot. Just spinning it like this and tightening it every revolution. And I'll give you a measurement with the caliper momentarily here once we finish wrapping. Doesn't have to be the same exact size that I'm doing because you can compensate by tying the knot longer or wider to make up for the slightly different dimensions that you might have after you just did this. But I will take a measurement with my caliper. The diameter of that knot foundation is about 14 to 15 millimeters in width. At this point, we can go ahead and tie our 5x4 2-pass Turk's head knot. Now, I couldn't decide on whether I wanted this transition knot right here to be black or red, so I settled for both. We're going to be doing a 2-tone 5x4 Turk's head knot. I have here 2 pieces of Whipmaker's cord. They are both 2 feet long. I'm going to start with our red here. Let's go ahead and get our type 1 lacing needle out of the old repurposed cigar tube, which make fantastic holders for your lacing knots and other various tools. I'm going to twist this and feed it right in to our lacing needle. I've tied this knot that I'm about to tie plenty of times, but I'm going to do it for you on screen. Holding it this way, easier to have the longer part to my left. So here we go, laying it at a 45-degree angle right here. We're going to go around the back. Don't worry about how the back looks, just get that X in the front, going over there, again around the back. I'm going to go over this one here and under this next one here. And then we're going to go over this one right here. Around the back again, we're going to go under right here. Get the twists out of it. We're going to go over this one, over that one, and under the one in the middle, like this. Just kind of lay that right there for now. We went under that one. And now we're going to spread these apart and go over this one in the middle, under this one in the middle, like this. Pull it snug, not tight. We're going to go over this one here, under this one here, over this one, and under this one right here. At this point, what I like to do is just grab one section of the strand and just work it all the way around, just finger snug, in order to get the knot even. Kind of examining it like this. See, this side's much higher than the other part, so I'm just going to push it where I want it. That automatically creates slack that I need to pull out and work around the whole knot. At this point, what I like to do is lay the strand right here, and right about where it would go over this one, I'm going to snip it like this. Now I'm grabbing my black strand. I want a straight cut across like this, and I'm going to melt these two together, fuse them together. Just like this. Fuse them together, give them a little pinch. Trim the sides. One side, there's the other. And I'm going to lace up the opposite end into my lacing needle. A little twist. Oof, that one hurt. I'm going to go over this one here. I'm going to go over this one here, and now I'm going to follow the leader. Everything this lead strand does, I'm going to do exactly what it does, but carry out its action on the right-hand side. No going, splitting pairs, or going under X's, or anything like that. This is just a simple two-pass knot. Over, under, follow the leader. Everything that strand does that we started with, we're doing the same thing in the black, but on the right side. So the path has already been blazed. We're just a happy participant hiker on the trail of the 7x6 two-pass Turk's head knot. There we go. Over, under. See, there's a pair there, but no need to split it because this is not a herringbone knot. This is just a simple Turk's head knot. Give that little pull there. Go over this one and under that next one. And go under this one. I'm going to go over this one and under these two. Almost done. Go under this one right here. So we just went under this one. We're going to go over this one, under these two. Over the top, under this one. Over these two, under these two. Over these two, under this one. Over these two, under these two. Over these top two, under these two here. Over these two, under these two. And lastly, under these two right here, after we go over these two, we're going to go under these two, and this will be the end of the knot. Give it a tight pull, give the entrance a tight pull as well. Give these a snip and a melt. Leave about 1 millimeter on these strands so that there is enough to melt and be pressed into the strands underneath it. Press it in. At this point, I'm going to give the knot a little roll, hand roll it, this and roll the edges, just using the side of this little container. And there we have it. Ladies and gentlemen, our handle is finished. All right, my friends, it is time to begin the thong of our Stockwhip. I have here cut out 6 6-foot strands of 550 parachute cord. All of these strands of parachute cord have been gutted, so there are no inner strands in any of them. What we're going to do is we're going to start off by taking the strands, and we're just going to find the ends of one side. So here's the first one, just laying them out like this in no particular order, just having all of those ends visible on one end right here. I'm going to do this with all 6 of them. 4, here's number 5, and here's number 6 right here. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stagger the ends of these strands in 3-inch increments. And this is very similar to what we did in the Adam Winrich style Stockwhip build that we did several years ago, except instead of 5 strands, we're using 6. So here's my tape measure. I'm going to measure 3 inches. It's right here. So there's the first increment there. 3 inches. Let's do the next one. 3 inches. I'm just going to continue doing this. Every 3 inches we start another strand. It does not have to be perfectly 3 inches. Let's try to get it as close as we can. So we have the tape measure right here, so why not measure it and get it perfect? 3 inches there, and here is our last strand right here. 3 inches is right here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to pinch the strands right here. We never want this to change. We always want these 3-inch increments. What I'm going to do here is slide my hands down. I'm still holding on to this to maintain those 3-inch increments. I'm just going to kind of straighten out all the other strands. Again, always holding firmly so that the orientation is not messed up. I'm going to lay them down like this. So now we pretty much have all of the strands in half right here. But what we're going to do is we're going to pick one end. I'm just going to pick the end closest to me, and I'm going to find the longest strand right here. See, it's right there. And what we're going to do is just slide things like this, again making sure that strands don't slide independently from one another. Whenever we move these around, we want to always pinch the whole group. So we're going to line these up in such a way that the longest strand is 3 inches shorter than the shortest strand on this side. So here's our longest strand closest to me. Let's find our shortest strand on this end here. Looks like it's going to be this one. So again, just shuffling things around. We can make them closer to each other so that we can gauge them nicely. Again, pulling that whole group like this. And again, here's our shortest strand on this side. So it looks like I overshot a little bit. Pulling them back. So longest strand on the ends nearest to me needs to be 3 inches shorter than the shortest strand over here. Once we have that, we can just, this is going to be the new middle right here of where we begin plaiting. Just gonna straighten these out. So now once we have them oriented in that way, I'm gonna take here some electrical tape, and right in that new middle, I'm gonna wrap this electrical tape around the strands, and this is just gonna hold our spot. As you continue making whips, you don't need to do this, but I understand a lot of you are new to this channel. You're new to the world of whip making, so I want to make it as convenient as possible for all of you who are watching. So now we can just go ahead and set this aside. Again, this electrical tape marks the spot where we're going to begin braiding. Next, I have here my 4mm diameter ball chain. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut a section that is 18 inches in length. And this is going to add some weight to the core of our Stockwhip. Whipmaker's cord is much lighter than 550 parachute cord, so we do need a little bit of encouragement from this ball chain to provide a little bit more weight to the core of our stock whip. Let's go ahead and measure out 18 inches right here. I'm going to take my pliers that have a built-in snippers, and here's our section 18 inches long of ball chain. The next thing I have here is 550 parachute cord, and the strands are still inside. It's important to leave the strands inside for this procedure, and I'll show you why. We're going to measure here a 30-inch section of this 550 parachute cord. Cut it right here. Why am I using this tiny scissors? Because I'm in a pinch and I lost my good pair of Fiskars. I got to get more. So now that we have our 30-inch section of 550 parachute cord cut, all the inner strands are remaining in there. We're going to take here, this is our 18-inch section of ball chain, and I want to remove all of the strands inside except for one. So what we're going to do here is we're going to separate them like this. I'm going to pinch this with my finger, go to the other side, and I'm going to remove all of those strands except the one that we're holding. And this strand that we are leaving in there is what's going to be used for pulling that ball chain through. Instead of, having to lace it up on a needle and pull it through, we don't have to worry about that. We're using what's already in place to get the job done. And there it is right here. So what I'm going to do here is reach for some hemostats, and I'm going to pinch the end of the parachute cord full clamp, full pressure. And the other side here, I'm going to tie on to our ball chain. So here's the remaining single strand inside, and I'm just going to reveal more of it. It doesn't really matter how you tie it on, as long as it's not going to become separated while it's inside the parachute cord. I'm just going to do several half hitch knots here. This part's a little bit tricky. The key is to not tie it so far down like this to where the tip of it is floppy. But I started it there, and now I'm just going to work my way up. Just securing it around the ball chain. And I'm going to do another half hitch knot. We're going to cheat a little bit and just nip off the last couple of balls. Maybe we can get away with just one. Actually, I'm going to do two. There we go. So now, as you can see, the string, the inside string, is attached to the ball chain. At this point, what we can do is carefully remove our clamp on the other side, like this. And now we're just going to pull the ball chain in like this. I'm just pulling on this right-hand side and just feeding the ball chain nose in through the parachute cord. Now you could put the ball chain on a lacing needle, but I find this to just go a little bit quicker in my experience. Can be a little bit tricky to get it started. I'm having difficulties right now, as you can see. And it helps to kind of twist it like this as you're feeding it in. So see, now it's starting to go inside of the parachute cord. So just very short strokes here, pulling it through. You can see it's filling up inside the parachute cord. And we're going to go all the way out the other side and stop there. You can see right there, it's going into the parachute cord. Getting a little bit of a snag going on here. We just pull that sheath back a little bit. If it stops on you, just roll it in your fingers, your forefinger and your thumb, to help break that snag. We're going all the way up. Now we can just see the very tip of the BBs peeking out here. So what we're going to do is we're going to snip off this little strand of parachute cord gut that we used to pull it through. And now I'm reaching for my lighter. And I really want to kind of melt this end here so that it fuses to the ball chain like this. And just spinning it like that. Now that's not going anywhere. Very good, just like that. Now we can see the BBs or I shouldn't say BBs, the ball chain, or ball chain all the way down here for 18 inches. There's the 18-inch mark, and the rest of it is ball chain free, the remaining inches there all the way to 30. This is going to be the core of our stock whip. Okay, so now that the core is ready to go, I'm now once more reaching for those 6 strands that are going to make up the belly of our whip. So you can see right here we have the electrical tape where we've marked where the middle needs to be. Now I'm reaching for my tape measure, and from the top here of this electrical tape, I want to mark one side here with my thumbnail right here at the 2-inch mark, and this is where we're going to be putting these strands into our vise. So I'm going to do this in one motion so you can see what I'm doing. Again, this is where the middle needs to be here, where the electrical tape is, and right here where my thumbnail is, that is the 2-inch mark. So I'm holding it with my left thumbnail right here. This is where we need to put it in the clamp. So I have the clamp like this, just sliding it in. Now we can tighten this down. And when we put this in the clamp, I want all of the strands to be laying flat, touching end to end, so we don't want any strands overlapping other strands. They're perfectly in a line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just like that. So you can see here, again, that is where we had our electrical tape that we can now take off because we have everything where it needs to be. Take this off. And what we're going to be doing now is a 6-strand flat braid. This is the same pattern that you would use to make a wrist loop for a whip, and because we have an even number of strands, 3 on the left and 3 on the right, this is going to be a very easy procedure. I'm going to do this nice and slow for you guys. We have the strands divided, 3 on the left, 3 on the right. We're going to take this strand here and cross it over like that. See that? Now we're going to take a strand from the far right. We're going to go over this one and under that one. From the far left, we're going to take a strand, this one right here. We're going to go under this one, over this one, and under this one. We're always grabbing strands from the outside and working them in, alternating from left to right. This strand here on the far right, we're going to go over, under. Now from the far left, we're going to go under, over, under. And we're going to keep on braiding until we accumulate 13 loops, 13 of these little bites. And I'll show you what I mean by that as we keep working. From the right, over, under, pull. From the left, under, over, under, pull. From the right, over, under, pull. From the left, under, over, under, pull. We're just going to keep on going in this pattern. If you're ever confused as to what a strand needs to do from the outer edges, just look at what the previous one did, and we're doing the opposite of that. So we have this strand here. What did this one do? It went over, so we're going under, over, under. Whatever the previous pass did, we're doing the mirror opposite of that. Under, over, under, pull. Over, under, pull. Under, over, under, pull. Over, under, pull. Depending on which strand you cross over, we're always going to be doing more on one side than the other. For example, on the left, we're going under, over, under. But on the right side, we're only going over, under. On the left, we're going under, over, under. And that just depends on, like I said, which strands we crossed which way to begin with. Now, what I meant by 13 loops is you see these little loops on the edges here? I'll point to them with my fid for you. These loops right here, these little guys right there, we want on one side for there to be 13 of those little loops, and that's how we know our opening of our keeper is big enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We need one more. Under, over, under. And this should give us a total of 13. So once we've reached this point, we have 3 strands on the left, 3 strands on the right. We want to maintain that orientation. So I'm going to hold them like this. You can wrap each cluster if you want with tape to hold them, make it easier for you. I'm just going to hold them with my hand. At the same time, I'm loosening the clamp like this. Now as I take it out, I want to maintain as much as I can right here with my index finger and my thumb. But what we're going to do is, just to make things easier, we're going to switch it around like this. And now we're going to put it in the clamp, making sure that those strands remain separated, 3 on the right, 3 on the left, like this. And I'm actually using those 3 and 3 to hold it in here. So once we get that nice and tight, we can finish off the opposite end right here. So same thing, we're just gonna kind of move these strands around, see where they need to go. If you're confused at this part, just unbraid a little bit. See this? Okay. That looks good. We only have 2 on the left, but let's take that one from the right, far right, right here, and go over, under, over, until we have an even number, 3 and 3. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and count our loops again. So including this one that's kind of hiding in there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Very good. Now what we're going to do is the same thing. I'm going to maintain 3 and 3, and also maintain 3 and 3. So loosening this. As soon as it starts to come out, I'm slipping my finger in here. And this is what we should have right here. 3, 3, 3, and 3. The next thing I want to do here is orient my clamp in such a way that I have a vertical rod to work with. This is going to hold things there. If you don't have one of these, or if you turn your vise and unfortunately you don't have it tightly to where it's vertical, you can put a nail in your vise, and this needs to be vertical. So what we're going to do here is just like this, put it in here. I'm going to drape the top strands here, the strands that are resting on my index fingers. I want to drape those up on the workbench like this, just to get them out of the way. We don't have to worry about those right now. And just draping them up here, let them rest. Now here is where we're working with our strands. Again, make sure these are out of the way. My hands look like a ghost's hands. I had to really increase the exposure so you guys could see this. So here we have 3 on the left, 3 on the right. We're going to take a strand right here from the right hand side, this one that my thumb is on, and we're going to go to the left. We're going to go under, over, under, like that. And now we're going to take another one from the right, over, under, over, like this. And we're going to take that final one from the right, we're going to go under, over, under, like this. And just remove the slack from those strands. Just like that. And once that is tight right here, those 3 strands have been braided, what we can do is grab those strands that are resting on the workbench and rejoin them into the pattern. So I'm taking my finger here, pulling all those strands to the left, and now I'm pulling all those strands from the right without knocking over my monitor that I'm looking at here. There we are. And there we have 6 on the left and 6 on the right. As you can see, the braid is already beginning right here in the middle. What I'm going to do now is take each strand individually and give it a little pull, and you'll see things starting to tighten up here. There's one there, there's one there, there's one there. 6, and the same thing with the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very good. So now the next thing we're going to do is, because we see the strand on the surface here pointing to the upper left, what we're going to do is take the strand from the upper left, which is this one right here. We're going to go around the back, and we're going to go under, over, under, over, under, over. And now that strand becomes part of the left-hand side. After each pass, I'm just cinching these down a little bit and tightening them. Now we can grab the strand from the upper right, which is this one right here, around the back, and we're going to go around the back here. We're going to go under, over, under, over, under, and over, just like that. And this is a 12 plait diamond braid over no core. And there's a reason that we've not put the core in yet. We're going to do a few more passes and then we will put our core in. Back to the upper left hand side, make sure we find our strand at the upper left right here. Around the back. Again, we're going to go under, over, under, over, under, over. And pull each strand individually to work out that slack. Now from the right, around the back, going under, over, under, over, under, and over. And again, pulling each strand to work the slack out of it. About the tension that you use to finish off that final pass when you're tying your shoes. That's the tension that I'm pulling these strands with. Again, we have 6 on the left, 6 on the right. At this point, I'm going to once again drape those strands up onto my workbench just so that they maintain that separation. We don't want these getting tangled with these on the left. So just like that. And at this point, I'm going to take my fid like this and go up through the bottom here. And I'm just going to open this up a little bit so we can actually slip. You can actually see right through it. You can see my finger through there. We're going to be slipping our core through here. So remember, here is our 30-inch core with an 18-inch section of the ball chain. So this is the end that we fuse the parachute cord to the ball chain. We're going to slip it up through the inside of our braiding like this. I'm going to grab it with my left hand. And I'm just going to temporarily tie it onto our vertical hook here, or our, in this case, the handle to our vise. Just going to do a couple of half hitch knots just to hold it temporarily. And now we have a core to braid around. Again, every time we move strands around, it's a good idea to go back and just kind of cinch things down so that they're not moving around on us and that tension is maintained. So now we have 6 on the left, 6 on the right. This is our core that we're braiding over. So the strand at the surface points to the upper left. So now we're just going to go straight into an under 3 over 3 12 plait herringbone. From the top left, around the back, under 3, over 3. From the upper right, around the back, under 3, over 3. And left side, from the upper left, around the back, under 3, over 3. And the right, around the back, under 3, over 3. Now I'm going to start off on this herringbone pulling a bit tighter. Again, the reason mentioned beforehand to make sure that all of the slack on those knots is drawn out. Just like this. Under 3, over 3, like that. And now, as you can see, we are plaiting 12 strands over this single core right here. As you can see where we began our herringbone, those strands need a little bit extra attention to be seated snugly. Right there you can see that one kind of fall into place. And I'm just continuing on, under 3, over 3, 12 plait over that ball chain core. Now once we work our way about 3 to 4 inches into this herringbone plait, what I'm going to do is untie the knot right here on our ball chain section. I'm going to grasp that ball chain down here and I'm going to pull it until the very end of it seats right there inside the crotch right here of our keeper. So we want it to be just about flush with that. And you'll be able to see it go in. See that? Going in, going in. We want it to be just about level with the V right here on our keeper. Once that's in, we don't want to pull it very hard yet because we've not established very many strands on top of it in order to hold it. So I'm continuing to plait under 3/3 on the left and the right side, and I'm going to plait all the way down to 11 inches in 12 plait, and then we'll be tying this off at the 11-inch mark. So continue to carry on around that core right here, that ball chain core under 3/3, alternating from left to right until we reach the 11-inch mark. Okay, as you can see here, we have been braiding and we have reached the 10-inch mark right here from the V of the keeper. So what I'm going to do here is grab some electrical tape, and this is going to be our placeholder. We're just going to tie this off right here. A couple of hefty wraps just to hold it in place. Now we can take this over to the workbench and lay it down. Okay, so we have the whole assembly here on the workbench, and the first thing we're going to do right off the bat is find the strand that has the ball chain in it. So it's right here. We're going to stretch it out all the way to the end. Here's the strand with the ball chain in it. And we do not want any strands to be longer than that strand. So right off the bat, what we're going to do is just snip all the strands at that length of the ball chain core strand. So right here, we're just going to lop off the rest of those strands right here. Throw those away or save them for future projects. And now what we're going to do, let's move this to the middle, we're going to trim all of these strands in a staggered fashion. So I still want to keep track of which strand is the one with ball chain in it. It's right here. To indicate that this is the strand with the ball chain in it, I'm just going to melt the end of it and just kind of fray it out a little bit, just so we can distinguish which one is that strand. And we're not going to be trimming this at all. We are going to be trimming all the rest of them in a staggered fashion. So we're going to start here on the left hand side. We're just going to find the shortest strand, and this is just kind of eyeballing it. So here's another one here, and let's find this one here. Looks like a next good candidate. Here's the next one. We're just trimming them in steps, and we want each of those steps to be even. There's another one here. Next one. Just going to lay this out of the way so we don't accidentally cut that one. Another one here. Next one here. Another good one here. And here is the one with the ball chain in it. So we might need to go back through them again and just take off a little bit more to make them even. So as you can see, we've just staggered them, all of them, and this does not have to be perfect. You can see the shortest one's right here, next shortest one, and so on, going all the way down so there's a nice even taper. And now that we've established which one is the ball chain one and it is the longest, we can just snip off that melted area right there. Next thing we're going to do here, let me just push this aside so there's no distractions. We're going to roll this. I have here some neoprene rubber and a roller with Plasti Dip, and I'm just going to kind of hand roll this. No need to put my full body weight on this. And we're just rounding this off to get all those strands to lay flat. Next step is to prepare our strands of Whipmakers cord for the overlay. Okay, as you can see right here, I have cut 8 strands of Whipmakers cord, and each one of these strands is 19 feet long. As you can see here, on the left I have 4 strands of red folded exactly in half, and I also have 4 strands of black folded exactly in half. All of these strands, all of these 19-foot strands are folded exactly in half, and the halfway point is right here, draped across my index finger. So what we're going to do here is maintain the middle right here. And what I want to do is measure from the top of my finger where the middle is. I want to measure 3 inches. So you can see 3-inch mark is right here. So what I'm going to do in one motion so you can see, to measure that again, 3 inches. So the middles of all the strands are right here on the top. On the left side right here, I have it pinched. That's where we're going to be putting it in our clamp. So turning it like this, holding that with my thumb, and I'm going to put all of these strands in the vise like this. And once we get it in there, I'm going to, again, like we did with our belly, orient the strands in such a way that one is not overlapping the other. This part's a little bit tricky because we have to tighten our vise. I'm just going to do so by holding down on the strands so they can't slip. So here we go, divided, all red on the left, all right on the right. All right, what? I'm going to start by separating them like this. So I have 3 red strands on the outside, 3 black strands on the outside. I'm going to take the red strand and cross it over the black strand like this. And now, from the right, we're going to take the strand on the furthest to the right, and we're going to go over, under, and over that red one. Now from the far left, we're going to go under, over, under, over, just like that. Pull it snug. And we're just going to be alternating from left to right. Now from the far right side, again, we're always taking the strands from the furthest sides, and those are our working strands. This is the next one. We're going to go over this black one, under the red, over the red, like that. From the left, under, over, under, and over, like this. From right again, over, under, over. After each pass, try to really cinch these down and make them nice and tight. From the left, under, over, under, over. And the right again, over, under, over. It's the same pattern, repeating over and over again. And from the left, under, over, back to the right, over, under, over. Now you'll begin to see a pattern. It's kind of like a sine wave. And that is what's going to show us how many times we need to do this. Under, over, under, over, under, over. Because this is the keeper, we want this to be nice and tight, even though the keeper on the belly will also be giving us a little bit of reinforcement as far as strength goes. It's going to make it look nicer if you can, pull flush like this and really get all those strands touching each other. And it'll make it stretch less and just ultimately look cleaner and neater. Now I'm just doing the same pattern over and over again. Back to the left. Under, over, over. Always want to be cautious and make sure that we do in fact pull that strand all the way from the outside. Under, over, over. So we are just about done with this keeper. Now I'm going to point something out for you guys momentarily, and it's going to allow you to see how many times we need to do this and how long of a section we need. And once I show you this, the pattern itself will declare, or dictate I should say, how long you need to plait this flat braided section. At this point we can actually take this out of the clamp. Very carefully, in such a way though that we don't get these strands mixed up. We want to keep the reds on the left and the black strands on the right. So I'm just going to carefully stick my finger in here while holding these. I'm going to separate these like this. And this is what we are left with right here. That is what you want. Now guys, I'm going to linger on this step because it's very important. This is how we achieve a fancy plaited thong on a stock whip that does not have the strands split in the middle as far as fusing one color to another. Now notice right here, we have some black strands, 4 black strands on the upper left. If we go to the upper right, it's the opposite. It's 4 red strands. Same with the bottom. Again, we have 4 red strands on the left, 4 black strands on the right. Now I want you to pay attention to these red strands, their entry point. So they're on the bottom right now. They work themselves into the pattern. They're on the top, they're on the bottom, they're on the top, they're on the bottom, and they exit on the top. Now these 4 red strands right here are on the top edge of this for a total of 3 times, including the exit right here. See, they're on the edge 1, they go back over here, 2, back over here, and 3. So counting the exit position, they're on this top edge 3 times. Now the same thing can be said for the black strands. Notice this, we have black strands on the top left. They're on the top 1 time here as they enter, they go down here. Here's the 2nd time they're on the top, they go down here. Here's the 3rd time they're on the top and they exit at the bottom. So this is the orientation. This is how you know that you have it set up the way you need it to be for doing a fancy plaited thong. Now one thing I'll also mention is I will count these little bites here for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 bites on the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 bites on the top. So if you were going by bites, maybe doing a single color, no fancy plaiting, you would want 16 little bites, little loops on the top and the bottom. Now as long as you end up in this orientation, you know, blacks or one color crossed diagonally, the other secondary color across from each other, you can keep the sine wave, if you will, going for as long as you want. For example, if you're making like a fox hunting whip that has an abnormally long loop, you could just carry this pattern out, or you could make it shorter. The whole end goal here, what really matters is that you have your one color across like this from one another, and your secondary color diagonally across like that. So with that being said, we are going to take this and we're going to begin plaiting our overlay for our whip. And we are actually moving through this very long video. We are getting to the point where things are really starting to take shape. So let's take this over to our belly that we previously worked on, and we're going to install this onto the belly and begin plaiting. So right here in my hands, I have the assembly, and this is the orientation that we want. On the left-hand bottom side, we have our black strands, and on the upper right-hand side, we have our black strands there as well. So what we're going to do here is just take the whole assembly and lay it on top of the keeper of the belly right here. Once we have it like this, I'm going to take these red strands on the upper left, just drape them across the vise to get them out of the way, and also the black strands on the upper right, I'm going to drape those over the clamp and the workbench to keep those out of the way. The next step is to take these red strands right here and get them on the left-hand side. And in doing so, it will also be putting these black strands on the right-hand side, and then we'll have all the reds on the left and all the blacks on the right. So what we're going to do here is find this strand right here. We're going to go under this black strand, over the next one, under the next one, over the next one, just like that. Next in line is this red strand right here. We're going to go over, under the next one, over the next one, under the next one, like that. Next in line, this red strand right here, we're going to go under, over, under, and over that black strand. And we have one more right here. We're going to go over, under, over, and under, just like that. And you'll notice what we're left with right here. This is the position where we have 4 red strands in my left hand, 4 black strands in the right. Now we can reintroduce those strands right here. So there's a total of 8 strands on the left in red, introducing the black strands from the right on the top. And there we have it, my friends. That is how, or I should say, this is one way that you can take strands, plait a keeper, and get into the correct orientation to where you have all of one color on one side and the other color on the other side. And at this point, we can begin our fancy plaiting. Now, at this point, you can probably see what's going on. We basically have 2 keepers. One of those keepers is composed of the core right here on our whip. And the secondary keeper is composed of, is that the right word, composed? I have no idea. Just for a second so you can see that. And that's going to be what connects to the handle. So I have here, this is the plaiting pattern that I'm going to be using for this fancy overlay. Now I'm not going to be going as slowly as I was on the handle just for the sake of time. We're about ready to start this pattern. If you look here, step 1 is already completed as of our current position right here. So you can go ahead and skip to next and start off at the second position of the sequence on the right hand side. So we're just going to start right now. We're going to start with the upper left. The strand on the surface points to the upper left. We're going to grab that strand around the back. We're going to go under, over, under, over, under, over, under, over. And we're just going to start off with a nice solid diamond plait. Again, just like the way it was with the handle, after each pass, I'm just kind of cinching these up. It's very important to get these strands nice and tight off the get-go, and then we can kind of relax as we continue. So next we have a strand from the upper right around the back, under, over, under, over, under, over, under, over. Now, of course, the pattern that I'm going to be plaiting, the fancy pattern, is in the description, so you can use that as a guide to work your way through this. Maybe you want to use a different pattern than I did. That's totally fine. Now we're on the left again, grabbing a strand from the upper left around the back, and just continuing this diamond, under, over, under, over, under, over, under, over. So I'm doing the same thing that I was doing for the handle as far as fancy plaiting goes with this Whipmakers cord, but this is going to be a little bit quicker because we're working with 16 strands as opposed to 18. 2 less strands to work with. So I'm just continuing in this diamond pattern, under, over, under, over, under, over, under, over. And now it's as if we didn't even do the keeper, if you will. This is the same principle as with starting with the handle. So because of that, as I said earlier, I'm not going to go particularly slow and show every single fancy plaiting sequence because hopefully the handle portion of the video was sufficient in showing you guys fancy plaiting with Whipmakers cord. And in the future, we'll be doing more of this stuff. So if you guys really want to see more in-depth videos on this fancy plaiting with Whipmakers cord, we will be absolutely revisiting this in the future. But I'll just kind of, pop in here and there with the camera, show particular patterns that I'm working on. I will say that while we are plaiting this fancy section, no strands are going to be dropped. I'll be dropping the strands all on camera. So I might pop back in when I'm down here. Here's what my progress is. Whenever you see me do that, just pop in for a second. Know that I will have not dropped any strands yet, so you don't have to worry about that. I will be dropping all strands on camera, and we'll also be showing you where I drop the strands. And again, because we're just coming off the keeper, we want to make sure that everything is perfectly symmetrical and uniform. Again, I'm really looking around the left side, looking around the right side, making sure that I'm not going under a strand or over a strand that I should not be. Really just snugging these up. I want this to be nice and tight off the keeper. One at a time. Continuing on. So guys, I'm just going to go ahead and go through this fancy pattern that once again is in the description. You can use that as a guide. So I'm just going to plait this diamond, and pretty soon we'll be moving into some various patterns, and I'll just be popping in here and there to show you how it's going. But let me take this off the hook one more time and show you what it looks like. Just like that. So we are currently working our way down. As you can see, we've made our way to the first black band. Again, of course, I'm still in 16 plait. So we're going to go around the back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to go under 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Under these 5. Over 2. Under 1. So same principle as with the handle. Now we are over 4, under 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, over 4, under 2. Over 1, under 1. I love the cricket, I really do, but I think I'm going to have to put him outside. All right, we are working our way through this pattern. Of course, we have not dropped any strands yet. From the left side around the back, making sure that I have the strands that I need, the single strand that I need. Let's see, getting a little bit crossed up there. This is the one on the upper left around the back. Going under 1, over 1. Let's see here. Under 1, over 1. Under 5, over 1. Under 5, over 1. Just like that. Looks good. Again, always checking around the back and sides to make sure that strands are not where they shouldn't be. Continuing on. Under 1, over 5. Around the back. Under 1, over 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Under 2. So we are working our way through. We're going to go under 2, over 2 from the grabbing a strand from the upper right hand side around the back. Under 2. 1, 2. Over 2. Again, pulling the strand to make sure we are going under or over the intended strands. Over 2. Now we're going under 3, over 1. So you can see the pattern is really starting to take shape. Under 1, over 7. That's an interesting one, isn't it? Under 1, over 7. Next. Under 5, over 3. Under 5, over 3. Over 8. Under 4, over 4. My friends, we have made it through this fancy plaited section, and now we are just in a straight herringbone pattern in 16 plait. There we have it. Let's take it off and just take a little look at it. Hopefully there's no mistakes. There might be, but this is not a custom order for anyone. This is a personal whip for myself, so I don't care. Well, actually, I do care, but at this point, I'm not going to go back and fix it, even if there is one. And we are done. There's Tipper down there. Where, Tipper? Tipper. On the left and the right-hand side, we are taking our strands and we are going under 4, over 4, 16 plait. And it feels good to have gotten to this spot in this project, because it's pretty much smooth sailing from here on out. I said that as I just pulled the wrong strand. Now, if you wanted to, friends, you could continue a fancy plaited pattern all the way down the whip. That is completely up to you. You could do that. You would have to take into account the fact that your strands are going to be dropping, but you could do it. The same for the handle. You could just fancy plait the entire thing if you wanted to. The reason I didn't do that for this project is because I want to introduce you guys to fancy plaiting with Whipmakers Cord, the whole tapered handle, and so far, and so on and so forth. So I didn't want the video to run, 10 hours long. But if you wanted to, you could absolutely do it. Absolutely, you could do it. And there we have it. I'm just going to keep on plaiting until I get to the point where our tape is right here. So I'll meet you there. All right, so we're working our way down, and I'm at about the 9-inch mark. And what I want to do is take this tape here, this electrical tape, and I want to take it off, or I should just say loosen it, which may include just taking it off completely. And I'm going to rewrap it in such a way that we have access to it, so we can just slide it down as we work our way down. Now this tape is going to act as a little constrictor to keep all of these tapered strands of the belly touching one another, so we're not confusing them with our working strands. So continuing down, we are still under 4/4 in 16 plait, working our way down the thong of the whip. Okay, so we have been working our way down in 16 plait the entire way, and keep in mind, my friends, you do not have to do this fancy plaiting. You could just go straight into the herringbone right off where we attach the keeper right here and begin plaiting. All of this fancy plait stuff on the handle as well as on the thong here is obviously very much so optional. So we're going to take a measurement right here from where the diamond pattern begins, and we just so happen to find ourselves currently at the 1 foot mark, 12 inches, and it's time to drop our first strand from the right hand side. Because all of these strands are the same exact length, we don't have to pay attention to which is the shortest strand. We're just going to pick one and drop it. So from the right hand side, I'm going to pick this strand right here. So you can see there are 3 strands underneath it, and this is the one we're going to be dropping. We're going to give it a pull. We're going to lift those 3 strands underneath it and just gently swing it to the middle, like this. Once we do that, we can snug these up a little bit and continue plaiting. Now on the left, we are still under 4/4, like this. That dropped strand has become part of the core. On the right hand side, however, we are now under 4/3 because we just dropped that strand. We're down 1. And we're going to continue on like this, under 4/4 on the left. And on the right hand side, we are under 4/3. We're going to continue on until we get to the 13-inch mark, and then we're going to drop a strand from the left side. We are currently in an imbalanced plait. This is a 15 plait. Under 4/3 on the right, under 4/4 on the left. And once we establish a few more strands on top of this drop strand that is now part of the core right here, we're going to pull that strand that has become part of the core. And we'll see it happen. We'll see it tighten under 4/3 on the right. And get one more on top of it. And now we're going to go ahead and pull that black strand that we dropped. It's right here. We're going to see it tighten. Watch this. Pull it gently, right there. Very good. Continuing on, my friends. Under 4/3 on the right, under 4/4 on the left. I'm about ready to take a measurement because I believe we have reached the 13-inch mark, and we're going to drop a strand from the left-hand side now. Let's double check that. 13 inches. We're going to do the same thing that we did, except we're going to carry it out on the left-hand side. So here's the strand right here that we're going to be dropping. Remember, all these strands are the same length right now. This is the strand we're dropping. We have 3 underneath it. that strand we're dropping, we're going to give it a pull, lift those 3, swing it to the middle gently, coax it over like this. Don't pull it yet. We want to establish strands on top of it before we pull it so that we don't see a noticeable dip in the plaiting. Now on both the left and the right, we are going under 4/3. This is a 14 plait currently. Under 4/3 on both the left and the right. As you can see, both of these strands now have become part of the core right here. Under 4/3 on the left and the right. And again, we are approaching our we are approaching our electrical tape. That's our constrictor. We're just going to move that down. And eventually we're also going to include this. We're going to wrap that so that these strands are not getting in the way. Under 4/3. And then we'll pause here momentarily and cinch up that red strand that we just dropped. So you can see here's the shortest strand of the belly right here that we've tapered out. And that means things are tapering. In other words, we are working our way through this thong. Under 4/3 in the left and the right. Do 2 more passes and we'll tighten that strand that we just dropped. It's right here. See it? Under 4/3. At this point, I'm going to take these. Here's the strand that we just dropped. Going to give it a tug. Notice how it tightens right there. Perfect. Continuing on, my friends, under 4/3. And I will meet back up with you when we're ready to drop another strand. Keep on plaiting on both the left and the right under 4/3. Alrighty, my friends, we have been plaiting 14 strands total under 4/3 on both the left and the right hand side. And now it is time at 18 inches to drop another strand from the right hand side. I'm going to grab this strand right here. There are 2 strands underneath it right here. I'm going to grab it, give it a pull, lift these 2 underneath it and drop it to the cord just like we previously did a couple times. Going to pull that. Now on the left we are currently under 4/3, but having just dropped that strand from the right hand side, on the right we are now under 3/3. Round the back, under 3/3. 6 strands on the right, 7 still remaining on the left. Carry this out a little further. Under 4/3 on the left, under 3/3 on the right. Once we get to 19 inches, we're going to drop another one from the left-hand side. And up until now, continuing, we're progressively dropping all of these strands that we drop. We're dropping them into the core. We're not cutting them or anything yet. This is just making up the bulk of the thong of the whip so that we have enough mass as we work our way down. Under 3/3 on the right. Still on the left, we're under 4/3. I'm going to take a quick measurement and drop yet another strand from the left. From the left-hand side, we're going to drop this strand right here, 2 underneath it. Going to give it a pull, lift the 2 underneath it, the 2 red strands, pull it to the middle. Now on both the left and the right, we are in an even plait count. Both on the left and right, we're under 3/3. And back to the left-hand side, under 3/3. Just like that. And now I'm going to locate the first one that I dropped here. You can see we're tightening it. I forgot to do that right after I dropped it. That's all right. And then momentarily we'll be tightening up the red strand that we just dropped. Again, as I work my way down, taking this little cluster of tape here and pushing that down. We're about ready to wrap all of these dropped strands thus far with some more tape so they're out of our way. We don't get them confused with our working strands. On the left, we're still under 3/3. This is currently a 12 plait pattern. Under 3/3 on the right, under 3/3 on the left. There we are. And as we can see here, one of those strands is awfully bunched up. That is our red strand that we just dropped. Remember, we've not pulled it yet. Let's go ahead and do that now. There it goes, right into place. At this point, I'm going to take a moment to actually take this tape off. In my left hand right here, I have the tapered tails of the belly of the whip, in addition to all of the dropped strands that we've dropped from the overlay into the core. And I'm just going to wrap this with electrical tape nice and light, not nice and tight in this case, nice and light, so that we can just keep on moving this down as we work our way down. And that's just really going to keep these strands that make up the core away from our working strands. And now we can continue under 3/3 on both the left and the right side, 12 plait, continuing on. There we go. Under 3/3. Continuing on, my friends. Keep on plaiting. Welcome to the 24-inch mark, and it is time to drop another strand from the right-hand side. Again, we have the luxury of not caring which strand is which, besides the fact that it's in the correct place, because all the strands, I have to reiterate, are the same length. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab this strand right here. There's 2 underneath it. We're going to give it a pull, maybe a little pull to the 2 underneath. We're going to lift those 2 and swing it to the middle. Remember, don't pull it yet, just move it to the middle. We'll tighten it momentarily. And now, on the left-hand side, we are still under 3/3. But on the right-hand side, we only have 5 strands. So that means we're going under 3/2 on the right-hand side. Back to the left, under 3/3. Whew, man, this project has been a long one, my friends. It feels good to be on that final stretch. All right, under 3/2 on the right, under 3/3 still on the left. And I'm going to give a couple more here. Under 3/2, and left, under 3/3, and back to the right, under 3/2. And now at this point, we can see our strand that we dropped. It's right there. Going to grab it, give it a little pull. That's its final resting place. And at the 26-inch mark, we're going to drop another one from the left-hand side. And up until this point, again, every single strand we drop just becomes part of the core. We don't cut it. We don't do anything with it. We just drop it into the core, and that's where it is. I'm competing with the cricket in the corner. I think he's louder than me, actually. Chester! Okay, very good. We have reached the 26-inch mark, and now it's time to drop another strand from the left. So here it is, going to give it a pull, the 2 strands underneath a little tug, lift them, swing it to the middle, and now we can continue plaiting. Now on both the left and the right, we are under 3/2. This is 10 plait currently. I love crickets so much, but I think I might have to grab our friend and put him outside. Chester. I have to evict Chester for the night, but he's welcome back anytime as soon as this video is done. I don't know if any of you are fans of Cricket in Times Square. I always love that story. All right, almost out of frame. Glad I caught myself there. What we're going to do now is we're going to remove again. Let me get this. We're going to remove the electrical tape again while holding this whole assembly here. Just going to slide it right down. Grab a fresh piece of electrical tape. Again, this is just our constrictor to hold all of those strands in place so we do not confuse them with our working strands. And again, this is something that later on, when you make more and more whips, you don't necessarily have to do this. I still like to do it, especially if they're the same color as the working strands, so that I'm just not confusing them. Just eliminates the possibility of accidentally grabbing one and reintroducing it into the working strand. So now we can slide this down and continue plaiting. We are under 3/2 on both the left and the right side, an even 10 plait. And now I have to take a break and find our little friend. I don't have any liverwurst, unfortunately. This is who we've been listening to all night. Look at him cleaning his antenna. I got the cricket. All right, my friends, we have arrived at the 31-inch mark, and it's time to drop a strand from the right-hand side again. Now this time what we're going to do is just set this up so that I can have 2 strands underneath the one that I'm dropping. So this is the one that we're dropping right here. These 2 are going under. Give the one we're dropping a tug. Swing it to the middle like this. Now as soon as we swing it to the middle, this is the one we just swung to the middle, we're actually going to snip out any of those Whipmakers Cord cores. Those strands, we're just going to snip that one. Make sure you don't snip the one you just dropped though. So that one is gone. We can use this for future projects. Now we can continue plaiting. Again, we just dropped this strand right here. It becomes part of the core. Now on the right hand side, we're going under 2 over 2. Just have 4 strands on the right, and still on the left we have under 3 over 2. Like that. On the right, under 2 over 2, and on the left, under 3 over 2. Just like that. Under 2 over 2 on the right, and under 3 over 2 on the left. And now we're going to take that one that we just dropped, it's right here, going to give it a little tug, we can see it snug up. Continue plaiting. And once we get to 33 inches, we're going to drop another strand. A little bit more there. Alrighty. So now we are really starting to see the finish line of this entire project. It's a wonderful feeling. Under 3 over 2 on the left, under 2 over 2 on the right. Slide our little electrical tape constrictor down. Continuing on, my friends, under 3 over 2 on the left. All right. Looking good. We're almost at the 33-inch mark, and we will drop another strand from the left-hand side. Looking good. Okay, so now, same thing. This strand right here, we're going to be dropping from the left-hand side. I'm going to give it a tug, the 2 underneath a little pull, lift those 2, and swing it to the middle without pulling yet. Now on both the left and the right side, we're under 2 over 2. And notice I'm not snipping out a core. We only did that once. We'll be doing it more in the future, in the near future. So now we are in an 8 plait, under 2 over 2 on the left and the right side. 8 strands of Whipmakers cord. Under 2 over 2. Almost time to adjust the camera. You can see right here's the strand we dropped. Let's go ahead and give it a little tug, a little pull. Right there. Very good. And I'm going to continue on. Under 2 over 2 on the left and the right side, 8 plait. I'll meet up with you momentarily. But first, before we keep going, I am again going to slide this electrical tape down, cut a new strip so that I can constrict those 2 strands that we just dropped. always want to make sure that I have the core constricted just nice and loose. Doesn't have to be tight. It's just to separate these core strands from the working strands. Now we can slide that down and continue. All right, we have reached the 37-inch mark right here. We're going to grab a scissors here and we're going to snip out one strand. It does not matter which strand. I'm going to choose this one. Snipped it, pull it out, throw it to the side for future projects. Many knots we can use that for later. And just continuing on, under 2 over 2 on the left and the right side. And this is just achieving more taper without dropping a strand. We're not quite ready to drop another strand yet. We want sufficient coverage of these remaining core strands. So all I did was I snipped a core at the 37-inch mark, and I'm just continuing on under 2 over 2 on the left and the right side. Carry on. All right, so we have reached the 40-inch mark, and it is time to snip another strand. So again, just grabbing my scissors, pick one I like, grab this one, snip it. Pull it out, toss it aside, and carrying on. We're not dropping strands yet. Under 2 over 2 on the left and the right hand side. All right, friends, we've arrived at 43 inches and it's time to snip another strand. Gone. Pull it out, throw it aside, continue plaiting. Under 2 over 2. We've not dropped a strand in a little while, and that's because we're just tapering things down in the core. Still, 8 strands is perfect for this core diameter. So continuing on, under 2 over 2. That was 43 inches. Continuing on in 8 plait. Now a question you might have at this point is, how tightly am I pulling these strands? It's hard to convey that over video. As you can see, I'm not actually wrapping them underneath and doing this whole, wind up and pull. I'm pretty much just using my fingertips here, around the back, finishing the plait, and then just pulling them like this with the thumbs. So around the back, laying them in place, and then pulling them with the thumbs and the forefingers like that. It's not a lot of pressure. Continuing on. Okay, we've reached 46 inches. It's time to snip another strand out of the core. Gone. Pull it out, throw it aside. I'm just going to keep on going here on camera for a little bit because I want to show you what things look like when you're braiding 8 strands over just 3 core strands. That was 46 inches just now. Under 2 over 2 still. Under 2 over 2. So you can see here what it looks like. It might feel a little bit weird to be plaiting 8 strands over just 3 core strands. But if we turn it to its side, we can see there's no bulkiness in it. And especially when we roll this, everything's going to lay down very nicely and lock into place. So this might feel a little bit foreign to you if you've not used Whipmakers Cord before. All right. A little bit further. At 48 inches, we're going to drop a strand and snip a core strand. We'll get back into the dropping of strands. And here we are. We've arrived at 48 inches. So now it's time to just get this set up here. We're going to drop a strand from the right-hand side. We're going to drop this one right here. Give it a tug. The 2 underneath a little tug. We're going to swing it to the middle, and at the same time we're going to drop, we're going to cut out one of those core strands. Again, make sure you don't cut the one that you just dropped. There it is. Let's pull it out, throw it aside. And now we are currently plaiting on the right under 2 over 1. We have 3 strands, but still on the left we have 4, so we're going under 2 over 2. We're starting to get down to the wire here, friends. It's really starting to get skinny. The taper is working nicely. Under 2 over 2 on the left, under 2 over 1 on the right. under 2 over 1 on the right, under 2 over 2 on the left. Continuing on. Now we can go ahead and grab that strand that we just dropped, give it a pull, we see it tighten right there. Okay, we've reached the 50-inch mark, and the first thing I'm going to do here is snip one of these 3 strands in the core, right here. Throw that aside. I'm going to plait a few passes. Again, we're still under 2 over 2 on the left, and under 2 over 1 on the right. Just a couple of passes. Right there. And at this point, we're going to drop a strand from the left-hand side. I'm going to drop this one right here. This time there's only one underneath it. Give it a pull, give the one underneath it a pull. The strand we're dropping goes under this one right here to the middle, like that. And now on both the left and the right-hand side, we're going under 2 over 1. We are in 6 plait right now. Under 2 over 1. Like that. Under 2 over 1. And now we can snug that place we dropped it right there. I'm going to keep the camera rolling because at about 51 inches, 51 and a half, I'm going to snip out another strand from the core. So this is about 51 inches right here. Now I'm going to identify the strand that I just dropped. I don't necessarily want to cut that one just yet, so one of those remaining 2 I'm going to snip out. Let me just do this so it's easier to see. We have 3 strands on the right, 3 on the left, and I'm just going to snip one of these right here. So now we're plaiting 6 strands over 2 core strands. Under 2 over 1 on the left and the right hand side. Under 2 over 1. And here we are at the 52-inch mark. What I'm going to do is snip one of those core strands out right here. So now we have 6 strands plaiting over 1 single strand of Whipmaker's cord. I'm going to give it a couple of passes here. And this is the 52-inch mark. So at about 52 and a half inches, it's time to drop another strand. From the right-hand side, we're going to drop this one right here. Give it a pull, lift it underneath this black one here, and snip out that red core. So now from here on out, we're just plaiting over 1 single strand for a core. Now, on the left-hand side, we are under 2 over 1. And on the right, we are under 1 over 1. Snug that up, you can see it. Under 1 over 1 on the right. Under 2 over 1 on the left. Okay friends, we've arrived at the 55-inch mark, and it's time to drop our final strand from the left-hand side. So I'm going to plait a couple forward here. Now this is the one we're dropping from the middle on the left-hand side. I'm going to give it a little tug, give the one underneath it a tug, lift it underneath that one. As soon as we do that, we're snipping that remaining core, that black strand right there. And this one we just dropped becomes the new core. Now on both the left-hand side and on the right-hand side, we are plaiting under 1 over 1. 4 plait. Under 1 over this core. And this is how we're going to finish this whip. All the way to 60 inches, the 5-foot mark. So we have almost finished braiding our whip, and now it's time to take here a 51-inch piece of Whipmaker's cord, and I'm going to make a fall for our whip. So I'm just going to melt one end, give it a little twist here, and lace it into my Type 1 lacing needle from Jig Pro Shops. Link in the description. Get it threaded in there. Now I'm going to double it up so that the other end is even with the laced end right here. And I'm going to take it like this. See, this is the end without the needle. And I'm actually going to feed it inside of itself at that halfway point right here. So I'm just inserting the needle. Get a close up here. I've done this many times, but I understand that some of you might be here for the first time. And if you are, I greatly appreciate you. There's going to be a lot of videos here on this channel about whip making tutorials. So now we're just feeding this inside of itself all the way down. The needle comes out, we pull it right about there, and we don't want to close that loop all the way yet, but we'll get it close, right about ½ an inch wide opening, so about right about there. Now we can attach this to our whip. But first, let me show you guys this. Check this out. This is my monitor that I'm using now. So I can set it right on the workbench, HDMI into the camera so I don't have to get a ladder out and look at the camera screen. That's working out pretty well. All right, back to the whip. All right, my friends, you did it. You made it. You made it all the way to 60 inches. That is 5 feet, and it's time to attach our fall. Right here, this is how we're ending the whip. We have that single core strand of Whipmakers cord, and we have 2 strands on the left and 2 on the right. We're ending in a 4-plait. So what we're going to do is grab our fall that we just made right here, and we're going to slip that eye around everything. We're just going to pull the whole assembly through. See this? And now at this point we can snug this up like that. So that's on there securely. Actually, it could be a little tighter. There we go. Pull the extra slack out of it. So all the way down to the needle right here. I'm actually going to cut it right here and give it a melt. Now, on my whips that I make with 550 parachute cord overlays, I should say on whips that I make with 550 paracord falls, you'll see oftentimes that half of it is fed inside of itself and the second half is just a single hollow core of paracord. Whipmaker's cord is so thin as it is, it would be a little bit too thin, a little bit too fragile to do that method. So we have all the way to the end, 1 strand of Whipmaker's cord fed inside another. So that being said, I'm just going to move this up a little bit out of the way and just finish this strong. I'm going to do a couple more under 1 over ones. There's 1 there, and now 1 on the right. And now we can begin tying our fall hitch. So what I'm going to do here is have this fall around the back like this. I'm going to take this strand from the upper left, and I'm just going to wrap it around like this, half hitch knots. This goes around everything right here. And snug that nice and tight. Now before I get too carried away, I want to make sure that I don't accidentally incorporate this core strand into the fall hitch itself. So what I'm going to do is just tie it off like this in a distinct knot. Like that, so we won't accidentally get this confused with the rest. Now that one that I just tied, that first hitch right here, I'm just going to do a single overhand knot like this. And this helps me distinguish which ones I've already tied. Next one, let's do this black one right here. Same thing, half hitch knot around everything. There's a loop, goes around the back of the fall, you can see right there, and just slide it through the top here. Try to get it as neat as you can. Looks good. And going to do an overhand knot on that as well. What do we have next here? We have a red strand right here. This will be next. Give that little loop there around everything, including the fall itself. Give it a pull and a knot to distinguish. And we have 1 more strand right here. This black strand, we're going to tie our half hitch knot, slide it through around everything once again. Except this time what we're going to do with this, we're going to give it a pull. We're going to grab our lacing needle. This is the end of the black one that we just tied our half hitch with. We're going to blast the end, melt it, and roll it into a point like we just did when we made our fall. And we're going to lace up that needle again. Now here's the fall right here. We're going to go underneath that little loop there, all the way to the top. Make sure to get the twists out of it and just pulling it all the way up to the top, all the way up to the top right there. Now, one at a time from top to bottom, we're going to identify those strands and pull them in a sequential order from top to bottom. So let's see here. Let me get this tighter. And we can tell which one is which by just giving it a little tug, seeing what happens. That's not it. That's the fall. This might be it right here. There it goes. See that top red one tightening? Very good. We'll just push this aside. Grab the next one's a black one. It's got to be this one. There it is, tightening. Going down the line. Here's the next one right here. We can see that tightening. Lastly, we'll just undo this a little bit and pull right there. Pull that up. Now we can grab our fall itself and just pull it into place. Doesn't have to be too tight. Right about there. Now we can give this one last pull, and there we have our fall hitch on the end of our stock whip. Next thing I'm going to do is grab the scissors and snip off so there's about 1/4 of an inch exposed right here on that last black strand. Give it a little melt. Every end of parachute cord at the end of a whip needs to be melted, otherwise it's just going to fray and fray and fray. This portion of the whip is going several hundred miles an hour, and this seals it off so that it's not going to fray. So let's grab the fall itself right here. Let's get this out of the way, and I'm going to cut all of those strands to where there's about 1/2 inch remaining. So right here, make sure you don't have your fall included in this snip we're about to do. I've done it many times. It's such a sad feeling when you've cut your fall and then you got to do it again. Okay, that's it. Good. Snip and a melt on all these strands. Now Whipmaker's cord is much thinner and lighter. There's less material than 550 parachute cord, so you don't have to hold the flame on it nearly as long as with 550. All right, my friends, this is a very special moment right here. At this point, we can take the whip out of the clamp, and we can hold it in our hand and just examine what we just did. This is the thong to our 5-foot fancy plaited stock whip. It's time to take this and give it a roll. Tipper, I need you. Come on. It's become tradition to have Tipper on my shoulders when I roll whips. Now, this stock whip does not need the same amount of pressure as I would need with, a bull whip. I guess she's not going to do it this time. So what we're going to do is just roll this thing nice and evenly, putting about 5 pounds of pressure on the whip, rolling it all the way down. And this is the beautiful part where you can really see your patterns come to life. All those little spaces in between, all those strands become compacted and sandwiched together. And this is kind of the big reveal of all of your hard work. Once I get about halfway through, I like to just take the fall, let it spin in my fingers. Does not take a lot of pressure, guys. Don't be doing full body weight stuff for this. This is just about 5 pounds of pressure. And there we have our thong, 5 feet long, 16 plat, Whipmaker's cord. Now it's time for the grand finale, well, almost the grand finale. We're going to take this and attach it to our handle. Alrighty, so we have our handle here that we worked on a few hours earlier, and now we have our thong that we just finished. It's time to install the whip thong onto the handle. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to open up the keeper here on the thong, and we're going to feed the handle through it, just like this. Push it through, just like that. So we can see the keeper of the thong is completely around the handle. The next thing we're going to do is reach for the opposite end of the whip thong right here. And we're going to feed this through the eye right here of the handle, like this. And we're going to pull it like this. We can see we're working the slack out of it right there, and give it one really swift pull right there, and that is locked into place. And here we have it, my friends. This whip is just about finished. The last thing we're going to do is we have a container of paraffin wax heating over there in the corner. We're going to wax this whip, attach a cracker, and it will be finished. All right, so it is time to wax our stock whip. Now you might notice the handle on this whip is a little bit too long to fit in this waxer right now. By the way, if you are looking for a video that is more in depth about waxing a whip, please refer to the video in the description. This is 100% paraffin wax that I've heated up in this Roastmaster, and the current temperature is 220 degrees Fahrenheit. That is the temperature that I wax my whips now. So what I'm going to do here is dip the thong of the whip into the wax right now. Also, what I'm going to do is just take the stick and just kind of make sure that the whole thong is fully submerged. I'm just going to keep it in here for about a minute and a half. See a lot of bubbling going on as the whip is soaking up wax. The reason that I wax whips is to make them waterproof. It also tightens the strands. I'll just stir this around a little bit in here. Next, I have here some paper towel. What I'm going to do, now that it's been in there for about a minute, now that it's been in there for a couple minutes, I'm going to take these two paper towels, and I'm just going to slide along the entire thong of the whip. And what this is doing, this is just removing the excess wax so that it's not puddled on the whip. So I'm just going down, removing that extra wax. Next thing we're going to do is, because this whip is a little bit too big for this waxer, I'm going to dip it in as much as I can. And I have here an old pop can. I'm just going to kind of bathe the handle itself like this. Because we don't have a bunch of bellies on the handle, it's just one layer of parachute cord, Whipmakers cord. We don't need to worry about submerging it. This is just fine. Then I'm going to flip it over to get it even on both sides. And that should be good. Again, I'm taking my paper towel and I'm just removing that excess wax. Soaking it up with this paper towel, just like that. Now what we're going to do is set this aside and let it cool. We'll let that cool, we'll attach a cracker, and this thing will be ready to go. Alright, let's make a cracker for the end of our whip. I have here some nice blue nylon thread. I'm going to take about a 20-inch section right here, double it up again. So we have 3 strands here that we're working with. I'm going to cut the end off of it. On one end, I'm going to take these hemostats here and clamp them and hold all 3 ends together. Then I'm going to grab the other end and hold it with this hand here and spin the hemostats. Again, I saw a few years back Connor of Caliber Whips do this, and I thought it was a really good idea for making crackers. Once it's wound up, I take it my teeth, fold it in half, pinching here, I'm going to let go with my teeth. As you can see, it spins this into a nice little twisted section. I'm going to take the hemostats off, and on the end that the hemostats were on, I'm going to tie 1, 2. Just tie 2 simple knots in it like this and pull it very tight. Just like that. And that is the cracker for our stock whip. I'm going to trim the end to make all those little strands the same length. And there is our cracker. It's time to attach it to the whip. Now to do this, I have here the end of the fall in my hand. and I have a fid as well. So what I'm going to do here is poke a hole about 1/4 of an inch down. It's going to go all the way through like this. I'll show you in greater detail what I'm doing. So I just popped a hole through, and I'm really wanting to open this up, maybe just let it sit in there for several seconds so that eye can be opened up. As you can see, it's about 1/4 of an inch down. We can remove that fid and we can slide the twisted section of the fall through. Next thing we're going to do is, once that's through, we're going to unravel this twisted section here and poke the end of the fall through like this. Then I'm going to grab the remainder of it. There are many videos on this channel showing this in greater detail. Pull that tight like that. And the last step is to just tie a simple half hitch around it. So I'm just going to go around the whole fall like this, put it through the eye, slowly pull it, and we want that half hitch knot to tighten just on the outside of where it went through the fall like this. Give it a nice pull. And there we have it, my friends. This whip is finished. Well guys, thank you so much for stopping by and watching this video. I hope I inspired you to give it a shot. Try one of these Whipmakers Cord nylon stock whips. I know this build was quite a bit more involved as what you've previously seen in most of the videos on this channel, but challenge yourself. Challenge yourself. Watch the video again as many times as you need, and you will get there with practice. As always, if there's anything that you saw me do in today's build that you'd like a little bit more coverage on, zoomed in more, let me know in the comments and I would be happy to elaborate on this whole 4-hour idea. I can't believe I just made a 4-hour whip making tutorial. If you watched the whole thing, thanks so much. Well guys, the sun is actually going down pretty quick, so I think I'm gonna end this video, pop on the old 600mm lens and try to get some bird pictures. A lot of good migratory birds coming through here this time of the year. Thanks so much for watching, and I will see you all in the next one. We'll end this video with a baby snake. Look at this. I don't really know what kind it is, so I'm just gonna hold the little guy by the head. If anybody knows what kind of snake this is, let me know in the comments. Look at that little guy. Beautiful snake. See you, buddy.